Muito bom dia, meus colegas, participantes que estão conosco atualmente. Estamos hoje na província de Nampula. Sejam todos bem-vindos a esta formação sobre o conjunto de ferramentas de comércio transfronteiriço regional. Meu nome é Honorata. Eu estou aqui em representação da USA Trade and Investment Hub. A USA Trade Hub é um projeto baseado na África do Sul. Trabalhamos em vários países da região, incluindo Mozambique, claro, Malawi, Eswatini, Lesotho, Zâmbia, Botswana, Namíbia e Angola. Temos 3 objetivos, que são a exportação para a África do Sul, ou seja, trabalhamos com empresas para promover a exportação para Moçambique e para a África do Sul. Trabalhamos na promoção de investimentos e transferência de tecnologias da África do Sul para Moçambique. E o nosso terceiro objetivo é para promover a exportação para os Estados Unidos no contexto da lei de crescimento e para a África, que se chama AGOA. Portanto, nós trabalhamos com vários parceiros. Temos os nossos parceiros principais, que são o Ministério da Indústria e Comércio. Muito obrigada pela coordenação o papel que tiveram na coordenação desta atividade. A CTA também é o nosso grande parceiro e temos outras entidades e associações com quem nós trabalhamos. Eu gostaria de falar um bocadinho do housekeeping. Em primeiro lugar, gostaria de pedir que todos os colegas que estão aqui presencialmente ponham os seus telefones no silêncio. Pedimos que os participantes virtuais façam o mesmo, manter os seus microfones no silêncio durante as apresentações. Portanto, eu vou falar um bocadinho da agenda do dia 2, que para além dos colegas que estão aqui, temos alguns colegas que estão na província da Beira, outros que também estão na província de Nampula, que estão a participar conosco. Esta atividade que temos hoje iniciou na segunda-feira, tivemos a mesma formação na Beira na segunda-feira, hoje estamos em Nampula e no dia 22 estaremos em Maio. Portanto, neste momento vamos ter as mensagens de boas-vindas, teremos o Ministério da Indústria e Comércio a intervir, tal como o representante da CTA. A seguir vamos ter a nossa consultora Mary Gowder, que fará a apresentação, a introdução das ferramentas, como é que nós usamos este kit que nos foi, que a USA Trade Hub desenvolveu no último ano. A seguir teremos teremos um intervalo para o café, às 10 horas. Tudo bem? Teremos um intervalo para o café às 10 horas e depois vamos continuar com a formação. A colega Mary Gowder está neste momento na África do Sul e não vai se juntar agora normalmente. E depois teremos o intervalo para o almoço. Antes do almoço, vamos ter algumas instruções, teremos que nos dividir em grupos, para termos algumas discussões e fazermos um exercício prático. E depois do almoço, vamos continuar a coordenar este exercício e a seguir vamos fazer as apresentações. Em todos os momentos, teremos um momento em que os colegas poderão fazer perguntas, pedir esclarecimentos, depois das apresentações teremos sempre a sessão de perguntas e respostas. E, no fim, vamos resumir este kit de ferramentas e vamos fechar a formação. Pretende-se terminar até às 15 horas, para não excedermos aquilo que é o horário normal de trabalho, e fechamos já a atividade das 15 horas. Então, neste momento eu gostaria de chamar o Dr. Agonias Bacia, o Diretor Nacional Adjunto do Comércio Externo, do Ministério da Indústria e Comércio, para fazer a sua intervenção. Doutor Agonias, por favor.
Infelizmente ele não se consegue fazer presente, mas está aqui o Sr. Batista, da CTA.
Muito bem. Da CTA nós temos o Nampula, que vai fazer agora a sua intervenção. Nampula, por favor.
Caríssimos representantes da USAID ToT, estimados empresários, meus colegas, caros convidados. Em nome da Confederação das Associações Econômicas de Moçambique, CTA, delegação da província de Maputo e em meu nome pessoal, gostaria de saudar a todos que estão a participar deste seminário promovido pela USAID ToT, nosso parceiro de cooperação. No âmbito da plataforma de comércio transfronteiriço da África Austral, da USAID ToT criou um conjunto de ferramentas de comércio transfronteiriço regional com a finalidade de ajudar a aumentar as importações provenientes de Angola, Botsuana, Eswatini, Lesotho, Malau, Moçambique, Namíbia e Zâmbia para a África do Sul. O objetivo é trabalhar com agências de promoção do comércio, organizações de membros empresariais, exportadores e importadores, a fim de melhorar as competências técnicas e encontrar soluções para ultrapassar as barreiras comerciais, bem como facilitar reuniões e acordos comerciais que aumentam as exportações para a África do Sul. O país tem três grandes portos, nomeadamente Maputo, Beira e Nacala, e 3 portos mais pequenos, a enfrentar desafios na área de infraestruturas rodoviárias. O país tem a capacidade de utilizar rotas marítimas para exportar para a África do Sul. Os 5 principais destinos de exportações em 2019 foram a Índia, a África do Sul, os Países Baixos, a China, Singapura, sendo 41% constituídos por combustíveis, 28% por minérios e metais e restos constituídos pelos produtos alimentares, agrícolas, matérias-primas e bens manufaturados. Para terminar a nossa introdução, queremos saudar e agradecer pela sublime cooperação da nossa CTA com a USAID ToT e desejar a todos uma participação ativa, de modo a que o conjunto de ferramentas de comércio transfronteiriço que aqui serão transmitidos para formadores deve ser retransmitido aos beneficiários finais, de modo a constituir um recurso que incentive os novos participantes a exportar para a África do Sul, reduzindo simultaneamente os custos e riscos associados à entrada de novos mercados. Pela melhoria do ambiente de negócios, muito obrigado.
Muito obrigada, doutora Nampula, pela vossa intervenção. Neste momento, eu gostaria de chamar a doutora Mary Gounder, que é a consultora que vai dirigir a nossa apresentação. A Mary Gounder é consultora de comércio e logística, comércio de assistência, trabalho. Desculpe, peço que coloquem os vossos microfones no silêncio. Obrigada. As suas funções anteriores incluem vendas, gestão de clientes VIP, recursos humanos, dentro do grupo AP Monormares. Ela já foi gestora nacional de serviços ao clientes da CMA-CGM e docente de estudos marítimos da Universidade de Tecnologia de Durban. É membro do Instituto de Diretores, Trade Expert, e membro do Instituto de Corretores Navais Diplomados. Ela possui grau de mestrado em comércio pela Universidade de KwaZulu-Natal e um PQE, Exame de Qualificação Profissional, do Instituto de Corretores Navais Diplomados. No seu papel atual como consultora independente, a Mary trabalha com agências de desenvolvimento e empresas para fornecer logística, facilitação do comércio e soluções de cadeia de valor. Mary é apaixonada pela promoção da igualdade de gênero no setor do comércio internacional. Mary Gounder, seja bem-vinda e fique à vontade em nos dirigir nesta formação de formadores sobre as centrais fronteiriças. Muito obrigada.
Good morning to our participants. Thank you for joining us. For those participants who are at the venue in Nampula, thank you for joining us and making the time to attend. And to the participants who are online, we look forward to hearing your questions and you sharing your experiences with us today. We will work on trying to skill you as much as possible and train you on the regional cross-border trade toolkit. And we look forward to your participation for today. We have spoken to a number of our partners, and I would like to thank the Department of Industry and Commerce for being a partner, and CTA for also being a partner, and Dr. Makovele for speaking today. So thank you for taking the time to be part of this project and to be part of these workshops. The most important part about the workshops is increasing trade and increasing exports from Mozambique. I will stop my video for now so I can share my screen and it will be clear. So today we are doing the training of trainers workshop for Mozambique, for Nampula, and this training workshop is on the regional cross-border trade toolkit. We started the trade toolkit over a year ago, and we looked at specific products that were being exported from Mozambique and 7 other countries and being imported into South Africa. The reason for the trade toolkit was because the exporters were facing a lot of delays, importers were facing fines, and it was very hard for exporters and importers to trade within the region. So we've looked at ways where we could reduce the delays. And what we found from speaking to the partners and speaking to the different export companies within the different countries was that there is a lot of skills that's needed for exporting. People need to understand the process. Some of the processes are a bit hard to understand. They are costly. And when you don't understand the processes, you end up having a lot of fines and delays. And eventually you lose your client or your customer that wants to buy from you. So with the trade toolkit, we looked at things like the different payment methods, Incoterms, and the different requirements for each and every product that we are looking at. There may be products that's on the list that you may not be exporting, but it's good to understand the different processes. Also, if there are any products that you need assistance with, anything that's not on the list and you want to get some help or find out what the requirements are, please don't hesitate to contact Honorata or Katja or Linnea, or contact me directly. I will be sharing my details at the end of this presentation, so you can have a better understanding of what the requirements are. Please remember the project is coming to an end and we're trying to pass on as much of the knowledge as we can in this time. So if there's anything that you need assistance with, please let us know. We are hoping our partners take this and move forward with it and look at ways where exports can be increased from Mozambique. Obviously, there's a lot of work to be done and the toolkit doesn't cover everything, but we've tried to cover as much as possible. My agenda for today for this workshop is that we'll be going through an introduction to the Regional Cross-Border Trade Toolkit video series. Thereafter, we will have a Q&A session. So if there's any questions that you have from the videos or in general about exports, please keep them, and we will try to answer as many of the questions as possible. If I don't have the answer, I will try and find the answer for you, or we could just open it to the room, because there may be people in the room or online who have the experience with certain products or certain ways or processes with exports. We'll then have a tea break at 10 o'clock. Thereafter, we will go straight into the actual workshop content and look at the country and product specific processes. We'll then look at the payment methods and Incoterms. After that, we will look at creating a timeline for the export order. We'll end with a brief on the assignment and a discussion. Please remember that, as much as we have a lot of work to go through, all of the information that I'll be sharing is on the trade toolkit. So even if you don't understand it, please go through the toolkit, and if there's any questions or something that you don't understand, please let me know. But we've tried to make it as practical as possible and as easy to understand as possible. A lot of the information we cover can become a bit academic and maybe too theoretical. So we've tried to make it simple, because, as exporters and SMEs, you don't need the academics behind an Incoterm. You just need to understand, as a seller, these are my responsibilities, and as a buyer, these are my responsibilities. So we'll go into all of that in detail a little later today. So we will start with the introduction to the Regional Cross-Border Trade Toolkit video series. Now, this video series was produced to help people understand the content of the Regional Cross-Border Trade Toolkit. The first video is an introduction to the Regional Cross-Border Trade Toolkit, and you'll find that it gives you a lot of information that's in the toolkit, as well as some information from the actual exporters from different countries who will give you some of their experiences. Please note that we are working on putting subtitles on the videos. They are now in English. And once we have the subtitles, we will send out some information on that, and it will be posted on the website. So please bear with us. These are English videos. Okay, so I'm going to try and share the videos now.
In Southern Africa, the most populous country by far is South Africa. This may benefit you if you own a business in Angola, Botswana, Eswatini, Lesotho, Malawi, Mozambique, Namibia, or Zambia, because exporting your products to South Africa gives you access to a much bigger potential market than your country. Additionally, these countries belong to the Southern African Development Community, which allows member countries to trade with reduced and exempted customs duties. This lowers trade costs and increases the competitiveness of your products compared to non-member countries. Beyond the potential to grow your own business, cross-border trade also contributes to economic development and ultimately helps to alleviate poverty in the region.
Exporting to South Africa, it's been very, very positive. For us as a small country to export there, it's huge.
They are the biggest consumers within our region.
By exporting to South Africa, being our closest trading partner, has really helped us grow the company. We would not have been able to do as well as we have done. South Africa was the only market really for our product.
The more produce we sell and the more markets the US Trade Hub exposes us to, the more people we can actually develop.
The kind of commodities you might export to South Africa range from metals, minerals and machinery to foods and fabrics. Examples include meat and meat products, fish, medicinal plants and natural products, nuts, seeds and beans, moringa, honey, fruits, soya products, sauces, tea and coffee, textiles and clothing, personal protective equipment, handicrafts and accessories. It is important to note that some products have specific requirements regarding applicable taxes, certifications, permits, inspections, packaging, and grading. Additionally, your business needs to understand the processes, procedures, and implications involved. Is there a market for your product? Does your business have the skills and resources to export? What are the requirements and risks? What documents and certifications are needed? These considerations all need to be addressed and prepared for as early as possible to reduce costly mistakes and delays. The USAID Southern Africa Trade and Investment Hub has developed a regional cross-border trade toolkit specifically to answer your questions and to help you get export ready. This video series summarizes some of the most relevant aspects of the toolkit, and we're here to help you. Find out more about exporting to South Africa in the toolkit or by contacting the USAID Southern Africa Trade and Investment Hub.
Okay, so that was just the introduction to the toolkit and what you can find on it. The second video is on the export processes. What you'll find in the toolkit is that the export process starts right when you start registering your business and you start thinking about exports. And part of that would be getting your business ready. So there are different things that you need to look at to get your business ready. If you have been operating on a domestic level and locally, you'll find that you need different resources to be able to export and to be competitive in the international market. So you'll need a lot more funding. You'll need to really look at your production levels. How big is your factory? How much you can produce within your factory? And your skills as managers. Do you have the marketing skills to deal with buyers in other countries? Because remember, you are dealing with different legal requirements in different countries. You're dealing with language barriers like we have today. So we need a translator. So there's a lot of things to think about when you are exporting. And then part of that export process is also getting your product ready. So depending on your product, you may need to look at your packaging. You may need to look at the quality of the product and whether or not there is a market for it wherever you want to send it to. So if you have olive oil, you need to think about, is there a market in South Africa? And if there is, what kind of packaging would be appropriate? What kind of marketing do I need? You'll need to have your labels in English. You'll need to have your packaging done properly. The quality has to be really good because our retailers are very, very strict. So as an exporter, you'll need to look at your business, you'll need to look at your product, then you'll need to look at your export registrations. So you may need to register with your Chamber of Commerce. You may need to register with Customs, with the Department of Agriculture, so you can get your phytosanitary certificates where required. So there's a lot of work that you need to put in before you even start exporting. And that is why we do have, a section in the toolkit right at the beginning to help you understand what you need to look at. Right now, I will share the second video on the export process.
The process of exporting from Southern African countries to South Africa begins long before the physical movement of goods. The first thing you need to do is to assess how ready you are to export. In terms of your business, you should consider aspects like: are you committed to building an export business and adapting your operations? Do you have the management skills and technical expertise in your business to undertake research and development and to execute all the administrative processes? Do you have the financial resources required to fund expansion into the international market and the capacity required to produce and manufacture goods to meet demand? In terms of your products, you need to assess if there's a demand for them in South Africa. What is the competition within the market? Will it be easy to find buyers? Are your products and packaging adaptable for the South African market if necessary?
A lot of research was done before venturing into South Africa. In every single business you have competitors. We did research and found that there is a space for our products in South Africa.
So we did our research and identify that there is a niche of baby vegetable production. So that is where we see the niche that we need to cover here so that we are able to compete in South Africa.
Remember that you don't need to tick all the boxes to start exporting. Begin the process by registering as an exporter with the relevant local authorities, such as the Chamber of Commerce or Department of Trade. Some products require registrations with other government departments, like the Ministry of Agriculture. And you will need a certificate of origin to benefit from the exemption of customs duties within the Southern African Development Community. At this point, it is advisable to speak to a freight forwarding agent who will process customs clearance at the border. The agent will be able to discuss transport costs, which you'll need for the next stage of the process, quoting. When a potential buyer in South Africa requests a quote, you may need to include costs like transport and insurance, in addition to the product costs, depending on the agreement. These costs, along with other important details, are usually supplied on a pro forma invoice. Once the buyer accepts the quote, you will then need to establish a contract with the terms and conditions of the sale, covering payment method, delivery, and insurance. To learn about this in more detail, watch our video titled Contracts and Payments. When the conditions have been accepted by the buyer, you may start processing the order. This includes packaging your products and getting them ready for transport, as well as working with your freight forwarder to arrange transport and customs clearance. As much as this stage is about physically shipping products, a priority should be completing the relevant documents correctly and comprehensively. These documents, which include invoices, packing lists, transportation documents, and certificates of origin, are discussed in more detail in the Cross-Border Trade Toolkit, which also covers other aspects of exporting to South Africa.
The cross-border toolkit, we've used it. We're checking and cross-checking what do we have, where can we improve, what are the conditions, what are the certifications that we need to meet. So we're gradually improving ourselves so that we're able to do some cross-border export.
Using the US Trade and Investment Hub covers a lot of these requirements, and they actually guide you and walk you through contracts.
The export process may seem detailed and daunting, but you don't necessarily need to be a large-scale business to export. If you're ready and willing, help is available. For information or guidance, contact the USAID Southern Africa Trade and Investment Hub.
Okay, so that was the second video. The third video is on contract payments. And what you will find is that when you are dealing with exports, okay, I can hear the Portuguese I think there's a problem with the sound. Let me just try this.
Já conseguimos ouvir português, sim. Obrigada.
Honorata, I'm on the English channel, but I can still hear the Portuguese translation. Okay, well, it went off now, so hopefully that stays that way. Okay. The third video is on contracts and methods of payment. When you send a quote to somebody in a different country, they may come back to you and, you know, they will negotiate on the price. You will have to look at where you make your delivery, when they require delivery, and the quantity, quality, and description of the goods. So there's a lot to go back and forth on because, and this is done on email. Now, this is very different to a local sale where, you know, somebody can come into your factory or to your warehouse and have a look at the goods that you are selling, or come into a shop and have a look at the goods that you're selling. So they know exactly what they want. And if there's any problems, they can deal with you directly. But when you are dealing with international shipments, you're dealing with someone in a different country who follows different rules, different language. So it becomes a bit complicated to handle the processes. So what you will find is you will be going back and forth on email. A lot of the information will be on your quote, then that will move onto your pro forma invoice and then onto your commercial invoice. And all this information will also have to be on your packing list, right? So there's a lot of information, a lot of details that go onto these documents. And you do not have a a proper contract where it's written out. Your contract ends up being whatever you've discussed on email. So when you are looking at the contract itself, remember, it's not a written out contract. It is something that you do discuss with the buyer on email, and it does take some time to come to, you know, your final agreements on what you want, what the buyer wants, what you can provide, and at what cost. The other part is your payment method. Now you've decided to sell your goods to a specific buyer. So if I am the buyer in South Africa, you know, one of your main concerns would be payment as a seller, because you cannot just sell something and not worry about the payment, because you are running a business and you need to keep your business and your cash flow in good order, and you cannot just, you know, just send goods and not worry about the payment, because the only reason you're selling the goods is for the payment. So there are different payment methods for international sales. The first is cash in advance, which is where the buyer pays in advance. And, you know, we've all done e-commerce and we've all bought things online. So you know that the process is you pay before you receive your goods. Very few websites allow you to pay when you receive your goods. So you have to normally pay in advance. So even if you're buying something from another country, you generally have to pay in advance. So this way, the seller gets their money, and you as the buyer, you're not very sure if you're actually going to get your goods or when you're going to get your goods. And I mean, sometimes we buy things from overseas websites and find that maybe 2 or 3 months later, we may receive the item. And that's been a complaint because you've paid in advance, and it becomes a problem once you've already paid, because there's no way for you to go back to the seller and say, why isn't my goods here? Even if you do, they may or may not respond. And that's the problem with having buyers and sellers in different countries, because you can't actually just go and say, I have a problem with this, because it's very different to local purchases or buying locally. Your second payment method is the letter of credit. And this is where the banks are involved, and the banks have an undertaking of paying once you have submitted documents. So you, the seller, will have to submit documents to the bank, and the bank will have to make payment on my behalf if I'm the buyer. And we will go into detail with that. Then you've got bank collections as well. It's not as strict as a letter of credit, but it operates similarly, where the bank pays on my behalf and you submit documents to the bank itself. The last payment method is an open account. And this is where you send the goods to me, and then, you know, I pay depending on whether when I receive the documents or the goods. And the risk is all for the seller, because now you've sent the goods and you don't know if you're going to get the payment. So there's a lot to think about in international trade and exports. And as a seller and as buyers, we all need to reduce our risk as much as possible, because anything can go wrong. So you have to think about a lot of things: where delivery takes place, how much insurance you need, how you get paid, and so on. So these all happen at the contract stage, where you're going back and forth with the buyer. So here you have to understand the different requirements of the buyer and your own requirements as well as the seller. Okay, so we will go on to the next video.
To start the contract process, you send a quote to the buyer. If the buyer is happy with the terms and price, they will accept your quote. Congratulations! You're a giant step closer to becoming an exporter. But before you celebrate, remember that there are risks and responsibilities for you and your buyer. So it is in both of your interests to make sure you have a contract that is clear and comprehensive. In international trade, the contract is seldom one single document. It is the negotiation that usually happens by email between the buyer and the seller. A good contract will stipulate the details, terms and conditions of the sale, protecting both parties, helping to avoid risks like non-delivery or non-payment, and make the responsibilities of the buyer and supplier explicit. Broadly, your obligations as the seller are to deliver the goods, hand over all relevant documents, and transfer ownership of the goods. The goods must conform to the description, quality, and quantity you committed to, and must be packaged in a way that preserves and protects the contents. The buyer's obligations are to comply with the agreed formalities, pay for the goods, and take delivery. The contract must specify where and when delivery will take place, where risk passes, and who is responsible for which costs. The International Chamber of Commerce, Incoterms, provides a simple way to state these requirements. To learn about this in more detail, watch our video titled Incoterms. One of the most important components of the contract is your and the buyer's agreement on how and when you will be paid. There are various methods of payment. Cash in advance is the most secure for the exporter, as you are paid in part or in full before delivering the goods. However, this method is used infrequently, as it places the financial burden and risk on the buyer. A letter of credit is a bank's written undertaking to make payment once the required documents are submitted. Letters of credit involve many different parties and are more expensive than most other payment methods, but they provide security for both the seller and the buyer. A cheaper but less secure option is a bank collection. This is where through your bank you can send a document to the buyer initiating the collection of money owed to you. Although this is legally binding, it does not give you as much protection as a letter of credit. Lastly, you can sell on an open account basis, whereby you send shipping documents directly to your buyer, who should then pay you. This carries a risk of non-payment and is usually used by big established sellers and buyers. It's not recommended for new exporters, and if you do use this option, export credit insurance is advisable. So, your products have been shipped, risk has passed to the buyer, everyone has fulfilled their obligations, and you've been paid. Now you can celebrate. For more details, information and guidance, you can consult the Cross-Border Trade Toolkit or contact the USAID Southern Africa Trade and Investment Hub.
Okay, our last video is on Incoterms, and Incoterms has been very popular in all the countries that we have been having these workshops. And Incoterms are international commercial terms. They were established by the International Chamber of Commerce. And it is just a way to make life a little easier for the sellers and the buyers. So here, when you are discussing your contract with the buyer and you're looking at where are you going to make delivery, when is the delivery going to take place, who arranges transport, who arranges insurance, who's responsible for talking to the shipping line or to the transporter, and who pays the cost and what cost each person pays. So you may decide, okay, you're going to pay the cost up until the Maputo port, and the buyer needs to pay the rest of the cost. And there's a lot of other responsibilities that you need to look at. Now, if you're going to discuss all of that in detail, it will take forever to finalize your contract. And that is why we have Incoterms. So Incoterms is, you've got your acronyms like XWorks and FOB and CIF, but all of these Incoterms have different responsibilities attached to it, different costs, and different risks. So the important part about Incoterms is to understand as a seller, if you choose a specific Incoterm, what are your responsibilities? So how much work do you need to do when it comes to dealing with a transporter? Do you need to make a booking with the shipping line? Do you need to pay costs? And with all of these responsibilities come with a lot of costs associated with it. So you have to be very careful on which Incoterm you choose. So with the Regional Cross-Border Trade Toolkit, we've tried to make it as easy as possible to understand. So if your buyer says, they want you to deliver DDP to Durban. So I may say, okay, I'm sitting in Durban, I've got a warehouse, I want DDP. The DDP will mean that you will have to do everything for the shipment and get it to me or do the export clearance and the import clearance. Now, if you're a new exporter and you don't understand what DDP is and you just agree to it because you want the sale, you will have a lot of risks and a lot of costs associated with it. So if you are paying thousands of dollars for transport, you need to pay for that. If anything goes wrong, there's fines, you will have to make sure that you pay for it. So once you've agreed to an Incoterm, you have to deal with all the issues that come up with it. And that is why we spend some time focusing on Incoterms, because you need to know your responsibilities as a seller, and you need to know what you can actually do and should be doing for any Incoterm that you choose. So I will share the last video now on Incoterms, and we will be covering Incoterms in detail later during this workshop.
Exporting your products to South Africa can be great for your business and your community. Of course, there are significantly more responsibilities and risks that you take on as an exporter compared to trading locally.
The risk and responsibilities when exporting, I think the greatest one is insurance. You need to make sure that you insure your goods because anything can happen.
The contractual agreements are so important. Payment terms are so important, and ensuring that you maintain quality from farm to the final client.
For this reason, the agreement or contract between the supplier and buyer is a crucial part of doing business. It should clearly and explicitly specify what each of you is responsible for, where those responsibilities start and end, and indicate what can happen if one of you does not fulfill your obligations. Fortunately, this part of your contract does not need to be created or written from scratch, as an established and globally accepted set of agreements already exist. Incoterms, or International Commercial Terms. Incoterms are published by the International Chamber of Commerce, or ICC for short. They've been used since 1936 and are updated every 10 years. The most recent update in 2020 has 11 different Incoterms, with different options applicable to different modes of transporting the goods. 7 of the options are appropriate for any mode of transport, and 4 are only applicable for sea and inland waterway transport. You can access more details on the ICC website and even download a wall chart which summarizes the 11 options. The USAID Southern Africa Trade and Investment Hub has also developed an easy-to-use summary tool to help you and the buyer choose the correct Incoterms for your order, with the most appropriate terms regarding delivery, costs, and risks. Once you decide on a specific Incoterm, you will be clear about your responsibilities regarding transport, the insurance cover you need to procure, where the goods must be delivered, which documents you must provide, and who is responsible for processing customs clearance. Buyers and sellers need to understand what they're responsible for during each transaction, and Incoterms provide an easy way to reduce the potential for legal complications, provided that each party understands their roles and obligations. In short, Incoterms help you and the buyer to minimize or avoid uncertainty and risks.
So the importance of a contract is to ensure that you, as the manufacturer and exporter, is safeguarded against anything that can go wrong.
As well as dealing with the clients, you need to ensure that you are contracted, we are sure of the payment terms, we are sure that they will not say your stock is not in good condition, whereas when it left here, it was in good condition. So the contractual agreements are so important.
The summary of the Incoterms, as well as help and guidance about other aspects of exporting, are provided in the Regional Cross-Border Trade Toolkit. You can also contact the USAID Southern Africa Trade and Investment Hub.
Okay, so those were our 4 videos for the Regional Cross-Border Trade Toolkit. Please don't worry if you didn't understand everything. We will be going through all the information again today, and it's just an introduction to the toolkit itself. So when we started this project, there were a number of products that were chosen for different countries. So we had products like groundnuts, cashew nuts, honey, sugar beans, olive oil, dates, raisins, tea, coffee, sesame seeds, medicinal plants, and handicrafts. And we looked at all the export processes for them, and as well as what the requirements are in South Africa. So the main issue was that people did not understand the requirements in South Africa. So a lot of the agricultural products needed import permits. So even if it's meat or fish, you still need import permits. Plants, you need import permits. And there is a process to getting that import permit, and which only the buyer can do. So if I am the buyer, I need to get the import permit. And if you are the seller, you will not be allowed to get the import permit, because the import permit has to be done by someone who is based in South Africa and who has a business or is here in SA. What they need to provide is an application form, and on that application form, they'll need to fill out all the details. So the amount of cargo that they're getting, who the seller is. So if you are the seller, we need to put your details on. If I'm the buyer, we need to put my details on. And it takes up to 30 days to process. In some cases, especially with meat and meat products, they may not approve it, and they may even need to speak to the Department of Agriculture or the veterinary services in your country. So it can become a very long process and tedious process, but once we have that import permit, and I say, okay, I'm expecting about 5 shipments from my seller in Mozambique, then we can just go ahead and we don't have to worry about the normal delays and so on. So this, by doing all the documentation correctly at the beginning, we are reducing fines and we are reducing delays. So we are trying to make sure everything goes smoothly. And for those of you who have been involved in shipping and with exports and any type of international trade, you will understand that things will always go wrong. But the main idea behind the Regional Cross-Border Toolkit is to help you find ways to reduce all of that. And where you can control information, such as getting the documentation correct, you need to, because, you know, even no matter how well you've done the documentation, you cannot control if a truck has an accident. You cannot control if a ship sinks or a container falls overboard a ship, because these are things that do happen in international trade. So I will just stop here for now. Honorata, I'm not sure if any of the participants have any questions. I think we can have a quick Q&A session before I move on.
Muito obrigada, Mary. Os participantes, colegas, não sei se alguém tem uma pergunta, algum esclarecimento que gostaria de solicitar, de apresentar neste momento. Alguma dúvida sobre os vídeos que foram aqui apresentados?
Hello.
Okay, I think we have someone who is online who'd like to ask a question. You may go ahead, Francisco.
Yes, Mary. I work for Peshkomos, but I'm also thinking of opening my own business. So I will be needing your contacts so that at least I can fire out some questions. And I want to find out if you're going to be sharing the videos as well.
Okay, the videos are on the website, and we are working on having subtitles on the videos, so that will also be shared on the website. I'm not sure if somebody from our USA Trade Hub team can put the link of the videos on the chat for Francisco, so he can actually access it. Francisco, I will be sharing my contact details at the end of the session. So please do take it down, and you can contact me if there's any products that's not on the toolkit and you need assistance with finding out what the requirements are. Please let me know. You can either contact me via email directly, or you can speak to the USA Trade Hub team in Mozambique and they'll put you in touch with me. But I am available for the next month or so to assist with anything you may need. And good luck with starting your own business.
Well, thank you, ma'am. Well, I guess we should go on with the meeting, and we'll have more questions at the end of this.
Okay, thank you. If there's anybody else online or at the venue who have any questions?
Temos alguns colegas aqui na sala que têm algumas perguntas. Creio que vi o Dr. Kendo, Vi aquela mão primeiro, então vou virar o... Por favor, levanta essa questão.
Os incoterms são os termos que devem ser acordados no nível dos contratos entre o fornecedor e o comprador. Em termos de possibilidade para acarretar com as despesas de transporte da mercadoria para a África do Sul, suponhamos saindo de matéria-prima de Nampula para a África do Sul, a parte do comprador ou do...
Por favor, nós estamos a ouvir o português e o inglês ao mesmo tempo. É para resolver esse conflito na tradução? Não sei se já está resolvido. Podemos continuar? Ok, parece que sim. Desculpa, apenas para continuar com a sua questão.
Os novos acordos serem celebrados entre o comprador e o fornecedor de matéria. E a responsabilidade de transporte de uma matéria-prima, suponhamos saindo de Nampula, que é para a África do Sul, onde está o comprador, seria da responsabilidade do fornecedor ou do comprador, neste caso? É só isso.
Okay. The transport cost will depend on what Incoterm you choose. So we will be going into detail in the Incoterm. So I cannot tell you now who will pay because it will be between you and the buyer. It depends on how much responsibility you want to have. So if you choose to go free carrier or X works, and I'm the buyer, I will most likely have to pick up in Mozambique and I will have to pay for the transport. If you decide that you want to go with an Incoterm like DAP, which is delivered at place, you will have to bring the cargo to South Africa. So that's where it's good to understand the Incoterms, and you can make a decision based on how much you want to spend, on the shipment. Because if you do not have the funds for the transport, and on Monday we were working with the team in Beira, and some of the transport costs that people presented for the assignment was quite high. So if you are a new exporter and you don't have the funds, then you choose the Incoterm that suits you. So it could be X Works where I come to your warehouse and pick up from you. So it's something that we will have to discuss during the Incoterms, but it is, something you have to negotiate with the buyer.
Ficou claro? Ok, muito obrigada. Dr. Kendo, por favor, a sua pergunta.
Sim, eu não percebi bem como é que eu consigo identificar, eu sendo exportador, como é que eu consigo identificar um potencial comprador a nível da África do Sul, a partir do meu produto?
Okay, if you're looking for buyers, then that you need to get in touch with the USA Trade Hub country representative there in Mozambique, because there are different projects where the USA Trade Hub is looking to match buyers and sellers. Websites like the African Trade Platform where you can register as a seller and find buyers. So please discuss that with Honorata and Danea and Katja, and they'll be able to assist you further with finding the buyers.
Muito obrigada, Mary, pela resposta. O colega depois vem o Assis. Faz favor.
Obrigado. Estou a tomar rocha. Primeiro, saudar pela apresentação. Por um tema complexo, apresentar de forma clara assim, de facto, é de saudar. Mas eu estava a ler o manual, e logo na página 5, apresenta uma lista dos produtos elegíveis, que é o objeto deste conjunto de ferramentas. E olhando para aquilo que é a realidade de Moçambique, o mercado dependendo do mercado, a Índia, por exemplo, houve um tempo em que apreciava muito a ervilha. Nesta lista não aparece. E a economia é dinâmica. Havendo novos produtos com maior procura no mercado, há espaço, ou especificamente são esses produtos que estão aqui listados, para o caso de Moçambique. Obrigado. Eu estava a dizer que, olhando para o caso de Moçambique, tem uma lista aqui de produtos que são elegíveis no âmbito desse conjunto de ferramentas, aqui na página 5. E eu me recordava de que Moçambique, aqui não aparece, por exemplo, a ervilha, mas houve um tempo que o mercado internacional procurava muito a ervilha de Moçambique e passamos a exportar. Havendo, no caso específico de Moçambique, havendo novos produtos com maior procura da África do Sul ou mesmo nos Estados Unidos, há espaço para os produtores procurarem esse apoio para exportação ou apenas devem se limitar nesses produtos que estão listados aqui? Não sei se também não pode fazer confusão.
Yes, if the product is not on the list, there's always room to export it. And that will only depend on the demand in South Africa. And to find the demand, you will have to do market research. And what you will find when exporting, especially as a new exporter, you will need to take the time to do that market research. You'll need to take the time to find the buyer. And that takes months, if not years, to find the right buyers for your products. And it does cost money and a lot of time. So it depends on what the product is and if there is a demand. Now, we've created the list based on what was required more than a year ago from exporters and what was seen in Mozambique more than a year ago. So this list that we have on the toolkit is from all the different countries that we've been dealing with. So each country has a few commodities. So there's a lot more that's exported from Mozambique. And if there's any products that you need assistance with, please contact me or the USA Trade Hub in Mozambique, and we'll try and assist you as much as possible with finding that information. And as I've stated to the other colleague who asked earlier, if you're looking for buyers, please speak to the USA Trade Hub. They have contacts with some of the buyers in South Africa because they work with the South African team as well. So please just speak to the local representatives at the USA Trade Hub. And if you need commodity-specific information, I'm here to assist with that. So if there's any requirements from the Department of Agriculture or any other departments, then that's where I come in and I assist with that. But finding the buyers, that will be back to the USA Trade Hub.
Está esclarecido. Muito obrigada. Doutor, faz favor, por levantar a sua questão.
Obrigado. Uma das questões que se coloca quando falamos de comércio é a questão da fixação de preços. Muito mais quando falamos do comércio internacional. Tendo em conta que os custos de produção variam de país para país. Nós vimos aqui que há muitos países, aliás, a nível da SADC, podem fazer um comércio na África do Sul. Suponhamos o mesmo produto que vem de Moçambique, está a um preço diferente com o mesmo produto que vem, por exemplo, da Angola. Como é que está cautelada a questão de fazer perceber que os custos de produção de um país ao outro são diferentes, mas, entretanto, o comprador é o mesmo? Porque corremos o risco de que, por causa dessa questão de custo de produção, o produto que vem de Moçambique está caro devido à aquisição da matéria-prima, os insumos da produção deste produto, é diferente da Angola. E como fazer perceber ao comprador que, embora seja o mesmo produto, para Moçambique, este produto vai ser vendido na África do Sul a um preço caro relativamente a outro país. Gostaria de saber como é que se está a cautelar. O comprador estará na altura de perceber isso e a cautelar, ou os países que provavelmente eram um produto caro em relação a outros estarão penalizados, não poderão, tanto, integrar neste comércio.
I think when you deal with any buyers, their main concern is the price. So they will tell you, yes, I can get it cheaper from Angola. They will tell you that they want a cheaper price. And this is part of the negotiations, whether you're negotiating locally or even, internationally, because all buyers want is the same product at a much cheaper price, because obviously the cheaper the price they get it from you, the more profit that they can get when they're selling it here. Okay. And yes, different products from, or even the same product from different countries will be at a different price, because the production cost will be different, from the labor costs to the raw materials. And there's a lot of costs that go into business. So if you are spending a lot on renting a warehouse, or a lot of money on having the right labor and the right amount of labor, or that you have to purchase a lot of machinery to produce your goods, you are going to take all of that into account when you are pricing your goods, right? But if it is the same product from a different country that's cheaper, the only way you can differentiate is on the quality. If you cannot change your price, you need to look at how can you market the quality that you're selling, and how can you differentiate your product itself. Because, we could all be doing the same thing. We could all be selling beans, right? But there's different types of beans and there's different qualities. On the toolkit, we have a fact sheet on beans where you can actually look at, okay, this is what the quality should be, or, this is how I assess the quality, because I could be selling canned beans and you could be selling dried beans, and they're totally different qualities. So when you're selling internationally, you have to show what are the benefits of them getting the product from you. And maybe they can get it quicker from you than they can get it from Angola. So that might be a good thing for the buyer. Or they could get a better quality from you. So yes, you are competing internationally. But you need to remember that there are certain benefits to your product. And if one buyer doesn't want to buy it, you may find another buyer that wants it, who wants to establish a relationship with you. And also it depends on how much of the product you can supply, how consistent you can be with your shipments. So there's a lot that goes into exporting and having that relationship with the buyer. So it's not just price. As much as buyers will negotiate, to a certain extent, you need to be able to cover your costs and keep your business running. So as long as you can keep your business running, you continue as you are. If you find that you're not getting the buyers, then you need to look at what can you change, whether it's the product or the pricing. Maybe find different ways of producing what you are. Maybe find different ways of marketing, because everyone's looking for companies who are online. But if I come onto your website and it's in Portuguese, okay, I will not understand anything. So even if you have a website, you need to look at, can I translate it to English for those English buyers that I'm looking for? And if you're looking at finding buyers in South Africa, your website has to be in English. So it's different things that you need to think about that you can change to find different buyers. So it's not just the price itself. So I hope that helps.
Mais algumas questões aqui na sala, por favor?
Gostaria de saber se existe alguma regra ou algum critério para fazer análise profunda do mercado lá na África do Sul. Depois, a outra questão é se existe algum site para obter informação sobre as regras de transporte, armazenamento, rotulagem e embalagem do produto. Obrigado.
What do you mean by rules of transportation and storage? I think when you're looking at products, you need to look at what you need. So is it perishable products? Because then, yes, you will need refrigerated trucks. But what exactly do you mean?
Sim, dependendo de cada produto, há países que exigem critério de transporte de cada produto. Então, eu gostava de saber se, por exemplo, existem produtos alimentares que precisam de um cuidado no transporte, que é para chegarem ao país em bom estado. E existem outros que também têm outros critérios, né? Há países que exigem um critério de transporte para poder receber o produto. Não sei se para a África do Sul temos esses critérios. E também de armazenamento, por exemplo, daqui do produtor para lá onde é destinado. Há critérios também, há países que exigem um critério de armazenamento do produto, que é para não perder a qualidade de produção, quer dizer, para qual se pretende lá dentro do país.
Okay, I think when you're looking at exporting to South Africa or any other country, you first have the regulations from organizations like the Department of Agriculture. And here they will tell you, you need an import permit. But there are no real regulations stating what type of transport you have, right? But that goes back to the buyer, because they may say, they want it in a refrigerated container and it has to be at a certain temperature. So if you are exporting a product, you need to understand that when it gets to the buyer, it must be usable and it must be fit for its purpose. So if you are sending meat, meat may usually have to be transported in a refrigerated container at -18 degrees. Okay, that depends on what type of meat and so on, but -18 degrees around there, that's the temperature that it has to be transported in. So as a producer, you need to understand that, because you need to make sure that the goods that get to the buyer needs to be, goods that they can use. If you are transporting any, like fruits and vegetables, they may need to be transported between 0 degrees, 3 degrees, and 5 degrees, depending on what exactly the fruit is and how it's supposed to be transported, right? So there may not necessarily be specific regulations saying that if you are transporting apples, it has to go at 1 degree. Or if you're transporting beef, it has to go at -18 degrees. So it may not be a regulation, but you as an exporter, you need to understand your product and you need to do the research and check what works for that product and what temperature, because your buyer has their requirements. So different buyers may actually say, this is what I want from you. And this is how I want it packaged, and this is how I want it transported. But it may not be a regulation from the country itself. It may just be something that the buyer wants from you to make sure that they have the right product from you at the right quality, and that when they sell it to their customer here, their customer is happy. So if I walk into one of the retail stores and buy honey that's from Mozambique, I mustn't have to go back and say, I'm not happy with this honey because it is stale or it wasn't packaged properly or whatever it is. So remember, when you are selling to anyone, whichever company it is, they have a customer at the end of the line who is going to consume whatever you're selling. So we, depending on the type of customer it is, we want different qualities. So if I'm wanting to spend money on a higher quality product, I need it to be at a higher quality. So if your customer is selling to someone like me who says, you know, I want cashew nuts, it must be roasted, it must be salted, I don't want it stale, okay? And we know cashew nuts come from Mozambique. So you need to make sure it's transported and packaged properly so it is, you know, at the right quality that I may want it at. Because if your buyer, let's just say it's Woolworths or ShopRite or whoever it is, has a problem with a buyer like me who doesn't want to purchase anymore, you don't get the orders anymore. So it is about understanding the product you're selling. It may not be a regulation, but you need to know what your end customer wants because you need to keep your sales going and so on. So I hope that explains what you're looking for.
Yeah.
Are there any questions from our colleagues online? Or anyone else from the venue? Okay, Honorata, I can hear the Portuguese translation.
Mais uma.
Mais duas, sim. Então, faz favor, a seguir.
Cá na província de Nampula temos várias associações produtoras. Em algum momento gostariam de fazer exportação, quer dizer, vender o seu produto ao nível internacional. Tendo este mercado da África do Sul, gostaria de saber qual era a possibilidade de existir um site, ou provavelmente na vossa, em que nos forneça o preço, o preço por quilo ou por tonelada de produtos agrícolas como amendoim, por exemplo, porque na África do Sul o preço mínimo, o preço médio que deve ser colocado o amendoim é este. É para facilitar também as negociações ou a orientação dos nossos associados.
Okay, what you'll find is that our retailers, so if you go onto a Checkers website or Woolworths website or any of our retailers, you know, you just find their websites and you will find their prices online because they all do e-commerce. They all do deliveries. So if you are selling, let's just say, packets of 500-gram packets of peanuts and it's roasted and salted, you can find the price online. So you just need to go onto the South African websites. They will be in English. So if you go on to, let's just say, Woolworths or ShopRite or Checkers, Spa. So there's quite a few retailers that you can look at, and you'll have an idea of what the price should be or that they are selling it. And remember, your price would have to be a lot lower than what they are selling it at, because they will make their markup for selling to the end consumer. But it'll give you an idea of how much it's sold for in the market here, and you can work from there on what price you can offer it to them. So you don't have to, package it to the extent where it is at 500 gram packets. Maybe you can package it in 10 kg bags, and they can repackage it in their own packaging and their own brand and so on. So you can look at things like that. But there is a lot of information available in South Africa on the retailers' websites.
Eu gostaria de acrescentar. A Mary. A USA Trade Hub trabalhou com uma empresa, a Subvest Capital Partners, para desenvolver uma plataforma de comércio que chama-se African Trade Platform. E nesta plataforma, as empresas que têm algum produto a vender, à venda, podem colocar lá, cadastram-se, não é? Como membro. Depois podem ser membros verificados, ou seja, membros que a plataforma verificou que realmente é uma empresa que existe. A empresa tinha que submeter alguma documentação, alvará, o BR, como confirmação de que é uma empresa legítima. E depois dessa fase, a empresa pode colocar lá os seus produtos e alguns preços indicativos. E através desta plataforma que está disponível para qualquer comprador em qualquer parte do mundo. Claro que o nosso foco como USA Trade Hub é o mercado sul-africano e o mercado americano, mas pelo menos a empresa poderá entrar e ver o que outras empresas também estão a vender, alguns preços indicativos, se é um produto semelhante, e também ter uma ideia do que se está a vender a nível regional. Se a empresa estiver interessada em se cadastrar nesta plataforma, nós podemos apoiar a nossa equipe da USA Trade Hub, a minha pessoa, não é? Aqui em Moçambique, com a nossa colega Liné, podemos facilitar isso, mas é uma outra forma de termos acesso aos outros mercados internacionais e de fazer uma certa comparação daquilo que existe e o que os nossos vizinhos estão a produzir. Realmente esta questão dos preços, a competitividade dos produtos que nós produzimos, os custos de produção, muitas das vezes Moçambique acaba perdendo por causa dos custos de produção. A empresa simplesmente diz, olha, eu consigo comprar mais barato no Malawi. Ou vocês arranjam uma outra forma de reduzir os custos, que realmente é difícil, mas nós vamos ter que ter um bocadinho mais de criatividade nesse sentido. Mas entrando em diferentes plataformas como a African Trade Platform e tendo lá os nossos produtos e conseguirmos, se um comprador interage com a empresa que está a vender...
Eu não acompanhei logo no princípio também. Entrei a...
Desculpa, peço para pôr o vosso microfone no silêncio. Obrigada. Então, o comprador, o vendedor, ainda que não venda a primeira vez, ou a segunda ou a terceira, vai aprendendo o que é necessário para estar nesses mercados e o que os compradores desses mercados mais exigentes necessitam ou pedem. Então, eu só queria acrescentar isso, Mary, o African Trade Platform como mais uma opção. E eu creio que o colega tinha uma questão que queria levantar também.
Sim, a questão, eu passado mais velho, não sei se não é um pouco prematura, mas vou apresentar. Eu sou o Wilson e queria perguntar uma questão relativa ao nível do comércio transfronteiriço. Se existe um tempo, há um tempo previsto de entrega dos produtos, por exemplo, se for de que a empresa licenciada
Ok, talvez o colega pode falar um bocadinho mais alto.
Eu estava dizendo o seguinte, ao nível do comércio transfronteiriço, por exemplo, se existe um tempo previsto, por exemplo, se a empresa já está cadastrada ao nível de outra empresa já compradora na África do Sul, nesse caso. Então, a empresa, nesse caso, não tem um dinheiro suficiente, né, para comprar mercadoria em causa que a empresa sul-africana precisa. Pode receber algum valor da empresa com quem faz negociação para obter o produto no país para exportar para a África do Sul. Se a lei prevê já esse tipo de ato.
Okay, advance payment is one of the options, but I would suggest that if you do not have the money to purchase goods, you look at getting funding maybe from the bank or any investment funds that are available. And I think maybe even speak to the USA Trade Hub representatives, because they may be able to assist with that and look at ways that you can find funding. Because not all buyers may accept cash in advance as a payment. We will go into detail with these payment methods after the tea break, but do not be too dependent on the buyer to be able to source your goods, because you may be able to source the goods, but you may not be able to afford the other costs that's, from packaging or processing the goods and so on. So you may need more than one source of funds. So it's best to make sure that you have some funds available to source the raw materials, and then maybe look at getting more funding from the banks and so on.
Obrigada. Mais alguma questão aqui da sala? Ok. Então, neste momento não temos nenhumas outras questões aqui na sala. Não sei se dos colegas que estão conosco virtualmente existe alguma questão? Ok. Mary, não temos mais nenhuma outra questão neste momento. Então, acredito que já são 10 horas, podemos agora fazer o nosso intervalo para um café. Muito bem.
Yes.
Vamos fazer um intervalo para o café e voltamos às 10h20. 10 horas e 20 minutos. Muito obrigada e até já.
Thank you, Hannah Rosa.
You're welcome. Bom dia mais uma vez. Já cá estamos de volta na sala e podemos continuar com a apresentação. Mary, não sei se podemos continuar.
Thank you, Hanarata. I hope you all enjoyed your tea break. And now we will actually get into a lot of work. So I hope you're ready for that. There's a lot of information that I'll be sharing. But please don't be alarmed if you are not following through with anything. And if you have any questions, please write them down and keep them for the end of the session, where I will be answering any questions that you may have. And thank you for earlier and all your questions. And they were very, very interesting and made it a lot more interesting for today. And I'm looking forward to a lot more questions later once we have covered the Regional Cross-Border Trade Toolkit. I'll stop sharing my video now and I will share my screen. Okay, as we have mentioned earlier, there were a number of products that we've looked at, and we will go through all the different products that we've covered in the Regional Cross-Border Trade Toolkit, some of which may not necessarily be from Mozambique, But I think it's important to understand the different requirements from South Africa and the different processes that you would need to follow when exporting. Because as you've mentioned earlier, you know, there are products that's not on the toolkit list, and we will need to look at, you know, what are the requirements for those and so on. But I will be going through all the different products just so you have a proper understanding. And, you know, if there's any questions that come up from the processes, please let me know. I think what's important to understand is that different countries have different expectations. But if you can start off by exporting to South Africa, which is very close to you, you know, we've got a border in the northern KZN, we've got a few other borders from Mozambique going towards Johannesburg. And then obviously you've got your sea route that you can use as well for exporting to South Africa. But once you get to exporting to South Africa and you start understanding the processes and the different qualities that we require and the different standards that we have, these will be different to exporting to other neighboring countries and to your local sales as well. So once you start understanding that, then you can start moving towards, you know, other international countries and working on things like, you know, trying to use AGOA to export to the US. So there's a lot of opportunities, but with those opportunities come with a lot of responsibility for getting your product at the right quality, right packaging, and so on. So we've had questions on Monday about the value chain. So every step of the value chain, you know, adds costs, but you need to know, you know, your end market, what are the requirements? So if you're sending to South Africa, what are the requirements for South Africa? And we'll be going through that now. We'll go through each and every one of the products. We will look at the VAT calculations, the total cost, total landed cost calculation, the import license requirements, whether there'll be any inspections or if there's any other information you may require, that will be on the notes at the end, the last column, right? So we've got our products, the VAT calculation, total cost, import license, inspections and notes. Now you'll find this on page 36 of the Regional Cross-Border Trade Toolkit. So if you have a copy in front of you, please open it to that page. For those of you who are online, the toolkit is on the SATI Hub website. I'm not sure if one of my colleagues can share that link for that if they do not have that copy. But it's good to actually have it in front of you while we go through it. It may be easier to read as well. When you're exporting to South Africa, we focused on the SADC trade agreement, where you are exempted from customs duties when exporting to South Africa and within the SADC region. So you'll find that there's a lot of products that you can export. You don't have to worry about customs duties. But I think what the confusion has been with a lot of exporters is that, yes, there's no customs duties, but you may still need to pay VAT. And you may have other duties like excise duties. Excise duties is duties for luxury goods. So if you've got cosmetics, they may sometimes fall under luxury goods. So you might have duties on that as well. So please don't assume that because we are exempt from customs duties that we don't have to worry about any other costs coming from the customs at the border. Okay, a lot of the times when you are exporting, you can claim back your VAT that you've paid at the border, but that also takes time and you need to prove you have exported the goods and so on. So it's a lot of paperwork that you need to worry about. So the first product we'll be looking at is groundnuts. To calculate the VAT, you'll need to look at 15% of the FOB value plus duties plus excise plus fuel tax and plus 10% of the FOB value. So it's a bit complicated trying to calculate this, but remember your FOB value, in the assignment, I give you an FOB value of $20,000, just so you can use something to calculate. Duties will be 0 because you are exempt from customs duty. So please remember that, especially for the assignment. Your excise may be 0, but it depends on the product. Your fuel tax, you will have to look at locally what the fuel tax is, and then the 10% of the FOB. Now, I've got here the BLNS countries. Please ignore that. That is not applicable to Mozambique because you're not part of the BLNS or the Southern African Customs Union. So that doesn't apply to you. And remember that the toolkit was made for a number of countries. So we've had to put in information, even if it's not relevant to you, we've had to consider information for other countries as well. So when you are calculating the VAT, you will need to look at all of that. So it's 15% times your FOB value plus your duties plus your excise, fuel tax, and 10% of the FOB value, right? To calculate your total landed cost, you will need to look at your ex-works costs firstly. And ex-works is one of the Incoterms, but it is the first Incoterm and where the seller has the least risk, okay? So under Incoterms, ex-works. Ex-works means you have produced the goods, you have gotten it ready for exports. So your cost, you know, your first amount of cost that you're looking at for selling any goods is how much did it cost you to produce, how much was your raw materials, how much was your labor cost, your rent, and all your other overheads that you want to include in all of this. So you will need to look at all of these costs and all your business costs for ex-works, right? But also remember at the same time, you still need to, you know, as someone asked earlier about the price, you still need to be competitive, right? So you need to consider all your costs, but you also need to make sure that you are competitive with your costs. So when you're looking at your total landed cost, you're looking at how much did it cost you to produce the good and to package it and get it ready for export. So you produced it, you packaged it, and it's ready to be loaded onto a truck, right? Right up at that point, you're looking at all those costs for your ex-works costs, right? Then you are looking at your origin charges, which is your transport charges, the cost of clearing, the cost of getting the documentation ready, like your bills of lading. Then you look at insurance. And remember, when you are exporting, you need to make sure you do have cargo insurance. And how much of insurance you need will be dependent on the Incoterms. And we will be discussing the Incoterms in detail. So please don't worry about that at the moment. But just remember, your insurance cost will be dependent on what Incoterm you choose. For your total cost, you still also need to consider your freight. So if it's sea freight or if it's trucking from Mozambique to South Africa. So if you're sending goods to Durban, you can use the ports in Maputo and send the goods by sea freight. Or you could actually use trucking, right? And what I found out on Monday, your trucking is very expensive, so sea freight might even be cheaper. But it depends on, you know, what the local requirements are at the time. And also remember, even though certain modes of transport may be more expensive, it may also be quicker, okay? Because it does take time for cargo to get on board a vessel. You have to wait for that. Sometimes ships are delayed. Sometimes the ships are delayed when it comes to South Africa because our ports, at times can be a bit slow. So it's different things that you need to consider. And then you also need to look at your duties and taxes, right? So that'll be a total cost, landed cost. So it means the total cost that it costs for it to come to South
Mary.
Africa. Yes?
Gostaria de pedir ao tradutor, talvez, para aumentar bocadinho o seu volume. Estamos a ouvir bocadinho longe.
Okay, is that better?
O problema não é com a Mary, o problema é com o volume do tradutor. Sim, peço. Conseguimos ouvir. É possível aumentar bocadinho o volume? Obrigada. Está melhor. Sim, sim, assim está melhor. Obrigada.
Okay, so
Pode continuar,
all
Mary.
right. Okay, thank you. Okay, so your total landed cost would be your export cost plus your origin charges, plus insurance and freight and duties and taxes. So please remember this because this is covered in the assignment as well. And you'll find that it will be the same calculations for no matter what the commodity is. Remember, you are customs exempt, so you will only need to worry about your VAT and excise duties if you need to, and then your total costs will be your ex works and so on, right? Import license. For groundnuts, yes, you do. The buyer does need an import license in South Africa. And as I've said before, the import license has to be processed by the buyer. So if I'm buying from you, I need to contact the Department of Agriculture, and I need to make sure that I filled out the correct forms and I have paid them the fee for the import permit. So here in South Africa, it will be 200 rands. So I'll do all of that, and it may take up to 30 days. Please remember that when you are exporting to South Africa, you are exporting agricultural products. Check with the buyer if they have an import permit, because they will need that import permit for clearing on their side for the import clearance, and they will need to make sure that they have all the right documentation. If they do not have an import permit, it will automatically be stopped. So customs has triggers on their system for certain products. So if they know it's agricultural products and they know it's groundnuts, they may have to stop the container and then allow the Department of Health to come in, and they will have to inspect the goods, okay? Now, when you have a container that's stopped, or when you have any shipment that's stopped, it delays your shipment for a few days at least, sometimes weeks, depending on how long it takes to get the correct documents ready. So these documents have to be ready in advance. So before you even ship anything to South Africa, make sure that the buyer has the import permit. Make sure you have your phytosanitary certificates and so on, or whatever documents you need to get ready. Because the main issues with delays is the documentation. So whatever information goes onto the commercial invoice, whatever information goes on the packing list and the bills of lading or transport way bills has to be correct. So whoever is working on all of these documents within your company, they need to be very detail orientated. So they must know that they cannot make mistakes. You cannot make mistakes, whether it's spelling mistakes or any mistakes, putting in the wrong information. If you're dealing with a ship, you cannot put the wrong ship name. You cannot put the wrong voyage name on your documents. Okay, because these delay everything. Because if customs looks at your document and it's incorrect, they will reject it and your documents will be delayed, or they may just see that there's a lot of errors on your documents and decide to stop your shipment. So they have triggers on their own system to stop shipments, right? So they know what products need import permits, they know what they need to stop from their side. With cash and macadamia nuts, you will need an import permit. You may not necessarily have an inspection. As long as you have an import permit, in some cases, you will not need an inspection. But remember, on the export side, you need to check that you have your phytosanitary certificates and so on. Cashew nuts, you don't need import permits here in South Africa, nor will it be inspected. So that makes it a lot easier, but before you ship, always get your buyer to check if they need it, because the rules from the Department of Agriculture do change. Then we have soya beans and soya products. Those need import permits and may not necessarily have inspection. Okay, then we have honey. So honey does need import permits and they do have inspections. There is a fact sheet on honey in the Regional Cross-Border Trade Toolkit. It's towards the end of the toolkit before your Incoterms and your products there. So you will find a fact sheet on honey. If you're looking at exporting honey, you need to be very careful about how you do it, because honey has to be irradiated. All imported honey into South Africa has to be irradiated. They are strict on the packaging, they're strict on the labeling. So on the fact sheet, you'll find exactly how you need to label the honey and what you need to do, okay? So we've got that information already for you, and you can just follow that information if you want to export honey. Then we have sugar beans. Sugar beans, you do normally need an import certificate, and there may be inspections. Also, we have a fact sheet on beans. So you can look at the requirements and the different quality levels of the beans. So please have a look at the fact sheets. And if you're choosing one of these products for your assignment, we'll discuss the assignment a little later, but if you are choosing one of the products and they have a fact sheet, please go through it before you answer your questions. Fish, you do need an import license. So I would need to speak to the Department of Trade and Industry and the Department of Agriculture and check what import license I need. And it will be dependent on the origin of the fish and where, the type of fish and so on, right? Meat and meat products, we're very strict on meat. So we will need to speak to the Department of Agriculture and vet side of it, animal health, to get an import license here in South Africa. And South Africa is very strict when it comes to where we are importing meat from. And if it's meat such as beef or lamb or whatever it is, there are specific abattoirs in different countries that are approved. And they may even discuss these requirements with the Department of Agriculture in Mozambique. They may contact them to verify the information. We've had it in a previous case with meat products coming in from Botswana, where I had contacted our Department of Agriculture with all the information, and they went through to Botswana because they needed to, create a new acceptance or health permit for the product that we're looking at importing. So when you are sending meat products, you need to make sure that you're sending all the information to the buyer, and please make sure that they have an import permit for it, because almost all the meat imports are stopped without fail. I mean, I've been in shipping for years. almost everything, regardless of where it comes from, even if it's coming from Brazil or even if it's coming from the US. It's always been stopped, and it does cost money because you need to make sure that you've got that import permit, and you need to make sure that you've got the money for that storage when it's stopped and any other cost that's incurred. So these are things, you know, you need to think about when you're deciding on your Incoterms, because you don't want to deal with the fines and you don't want to deal with the storage costs and so on. So when you're thinking about the Incoterms, make sure that you're looking at Incoterms where your risk ends in your country. So you don't have to worry about the import processes here in South Africa. Okay, moving on to textiles and apparel. Here we don't need import permits and you don't have inspections. But what you do have is a tariff quota. So your tariff quota is the maximum amount of cargo we can get for a specific product. So if I'm importing dresses, cotton dresses from Mozambique, there might be a limit for the number of dresses or the amount of cargo that I can accept, right? And then the limit will be different for if I'm importing t-shirts or if I'm importing pants. So each HS code may have a different limit. But if you are concerned about that, please contact us and we can just check on that for you. Salt, you do need an import permit for salt, and you may have inspections for salt. Okay, so salt, you need to get it from the Department of Agriculture and make sure that it is accepted here in South Africa. Olive oil, we do need an import permit here in South Africa for olive oil, and it may be inspected. So you need to make sure that when it comes to some of these products, you need to make sure that you have your phytosanitary certificates and you are dealing with the Department of Agriculture on your side and you're meeting your requirements. Sauces, you may not need an import permit, but it might be inspected depending on the ingredients. If it's processed sauces where it's heat treated, they're not very strict on that, but you might have an inspection. So you need to be very clear about what the ingredients are and how it has been processed and packaged. Dates, we don't need import permit, but it may be inspected. Raisins, you will need, it may also be inspected, but you may not need an import permit. Grapes, so grapes we normally import from Namibia. Here you may need have an inspection that's applicable. And I've added here as a note that 8% of the FOB value if you're using the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. So remember, for the toolkit itself, we've been working on the SADC region. But what I did come across is when searching for certain commodities and for certain products, there might already be an agreement for the African Continental Free Trade Agreement for a specific product, right? So if they are shipping grapes, I know this does not apply to Mozambique, but this is something you need to think about when you're going forward with your exports, that do not assume that if you're using the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, that you are exempt from customs. So always use your SADC, so you know that you will be exempt from customs and you need your certificate of origin. So don't just jump onto the bandwagon. Like, I mean, everyone's been talking about the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, There are a lot of agreements that's not in place as yet, and there's still a lot of products that need to be discussed between the different countries. And we need to be very careful that, you need to be aware that you are meeting the requirements and you are actually, exempt from customs duties, and you need to be sure of that before you ship. So always work on the SADC because you are customs exempt there. Okay, T, that you do need an import permit and you will have inspections for that. Bananas, an import permit is required. So please, you'll see that there's a lot of these products that you do need import permits. The buyer needs to get the import permit. And before you even ship to anyone, make sure that they do have that import permit, right? Then you've got specialized beans. You generally need import permits. Please also refer to the fact sheet on beans because that would be helpful if you do have beans for exporting. And an inspection may be required. Coffee, an import permit is definitely required. An inspection may be required. And we do have prohibitions with coffee. The coffee cannot be treated in any way. So no additional substances to be added to that coffee, because then you will not get an import permit. Sesame seeds, an inspection is required. You may not need an import permit, but as I've said before, please check with the buyer. If they need an import permit, please also make sure that you've got your phytosanitary certificates as well. Pistachios, you need an import permit here in South Africa, and an inspection may be required by the Department of Agriculture. Bottled water, an import permit is required. Moringa, we do need an import permit. Also, you may need to provide a site certificate. So a site certificate is to make sure that you are not exporting endangered fauna and flora. So it's just to state that you're not exporting any endangered fauna and flora. But CITES does have a website that you can have a look at for specific products to see whether or not you need a certificate. So they've got a long list of products, and then you can just look at whether or not you need a certificate from them. Okay, and an inspection will be required for moringa. Medicinal plants, here again, you need an import permit and also a site certificate. So depending on what the medicinal plant is, if it's on the CITES list, you will need a certificate to confirm that you are allowed to export it, and an inspection will be required. Handicrafts and accessories, there is no import license that's required, no inspections, but please take note, if it's any handicrafts that's made with animal skin, like leather or any other type of animal skins, you may need an import license. So you need to speak to the buyer and make sure that they've got an import license for it. Unless it's for personal use. So let's just say you are just sending 1 or 2 handbags, leather handbags, then I may not need an import permit. But if I'm buying 100 handbags to sell, then yes, I will need an import permit.
Mary, we have
Yes.
a question. One of the participants just wants some clarification.
Okay.
Are you able to take that question now?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Sim, para perceber melhor daquilo que a Vera está a falar. Quando diz licença de importação, portanto, é licença de importação ou licença de exportação? Porque quem está interessado em colocar na África do Sul, eu não tenho que ter licença de importação, eu tenho que ter licença de exportação.
queria perceber melhor se aqui é realmente exportação ou importação. A segunda questão, com relação, e vou falar concretamente do azeite de oliveira, porque o meu produto tem características semelhantes. É azeite também. Então, eu queria perceber porque é que aqui não inclui Moçambique. Tem Namíbia, Eswatini, Lesotho, mas que não tem Moçambique. Será que também enquadra-se para Moçambique? Aqui diz que não pode, o valor aduaneiro não deve ser aumentado em 10%. Será que isto também inclui Moçambique?
Okay, firstly, for the import permit, that will be a permit for South Africa. And you will actually have to have your phytosanitary certificate ready for that. The issue which
Mary, can you, we lost connection for like 2 seconds right before you started talking. So can you please repeat the answer?
Firstly,
thank you.
Firstly, for the import permit, yes, that is a permit that we in South Africa need to get. The reason why I have included that in the toolkit, even though you don't have to get the permit, is because a lot of sellers were not aware of it and a lot of buyers are not aware of it. Remember, the toolkit is not just for the exporters, it's also for the importers here in South Africa. So they need to be aware that there's an import permit required, and so do you, because sometimes you may export and find that it's delayed in South Africa and you've decided that you are delivering to me, and you may be incurring costs because of it. So it's important that you are aware of it. The export certifications, you as the exporter, you are responsible for that, right? So that's the first part of the question. The second part with regard to the olive oil. Olive oil is included in Mozambique as a list. I think you're confusing the BLNS countries with under the VAT calculation. So that is a separate issue, which I've mentioned right at the beginning, where the calculation is different for those countries. So please ignore that part, because we've had to include requirements for different countries. So the BLNS countries, the Botswana, Lesotho, Namibia, and Swaziland, or Eswatini, is part of the Southern African Customs Union. And because of this, their calculation is different. So that does not apply to Mozambique. I've had to include it there because they are also part of the countries that will be looking at the toolkit. So that's why there is a note there to say it is for the BLNS countries. So it doesn't apply to Mozambique. Okay, so I hope that explains it. So the olive oil, that is for export from Mozambique as well. So there's no, I haven't listed the countries on that list, but olive oil is under the Mozambique list. And also it doesn't really matter at this stage, because ultimately what you need to know is the requirements for exporting to South Africa. So whether or not a product is listed under Mozambique, because if you go to the beginning of the toolkit, there is a list under each country, as I introduced each country right at the beginning with the list of their products. But when I looked for the information, I focused on all the countries to try and find out what the general requirements are. So it's not just Mozambique, it's all the other countries as well. Okay, so I hope that explains it.
Mais ou menos. Mais ou menos. Ok. Não sei se queria talvez acrescentar e depois voltamos ao Dr. Kendo se a questão ainda não estiver muito clara. Pode ser? Por favor.
Eu quando estava vou complementar naquilo que é a questão dele. Né? Quando estamos a ver aqui, de fato, nesta planilha, é que Moçambique não se beneficia daqueles tais, o limite, né? Dos 10% do VAT, né? do IVA. E quase para todos os produtos. E tendo em conta de que nós praticamente nós importamos muito aquilo que é matéria, são produtos, né? Acabados praticamente da África do Sul. Agora, será que isto provém do acordo que Moçambique, o acordo comercial, os protocolos comerciais que Moçambique tem com a África do Sul para não beneficiar-se dessas isenções? Tendo em conta que praticamente somos membros também da SADC, não é? Assim como de outros países. Eu acredito que seja isso que faz com que a nossa balança comercial entre a África do Sul e Moçambique também a nossa baixa, porque nós não temos praticamente esses benefícios nas exportações em relação aos outros países.
Okay, look, when you are importing from South Africa, you need to realize that yes, we do have the SADC agreement, okay? But generally imports are based on what do you demand from Mozambique? What are the products that you need? So if you decide, okay, you are building new hospitals and you need beds for the hospitals, right? So you could go anywhere and purchase those beds. Or you may decide, okay, South Africa is nearby and we've got producers in South Africa, and maybe we can get it from there, right? So when you are looking at importing, you are looking at the products that you need and where's the best place to get it. So SADC actually helps because for exporters from South Africa and importers in Mozambique, you are customs exempt. So the overall price you're paying is cheaper. Because remember, if you're comparing it to importing from China, the actual product may be cheaper, but the transportation may be more expensive. And then you are also paying customs duties on top of everything, right? So when you, as Mozambique, are importing, you are looking at, as any buyer, you're looking at where do you get the best price? Okay, where do you get the best overall price? So if you are importing from South Africa, which is close by, and we've got the right quality for you, you will actually continue importing from South Africa. But if you find that China is cheaper, you're going to import from China or any other country. So if you look at Malawi and say, okay, I want to import soya from Malawi, that is what you will do based on what your requirements are as a country. Yes, you don't benefit from the SACU, the Southern African Customs Union, but that benefit is not very huge. So what I'm going to do is, and this is something I had to do with Byra as well, because they also were not very happy about this 10%, right? So we've got 15%, which is 0.15, sorry. Okay. Times, so then you've got your, under the FOB, you've got, so on the assignment, I used the FOB value as 20,000, right? $20,000, right? And then you look at, you see, then you've got your duty, which is 0, right? And then you may have excise, which is also 0 for most of the products. I'm not sure what the fuel tax is, but then you've got that 20% of FOB value. So if your FOB value is 20,000 and 10% of that is $2,000, right? Your VAT that you're paying when you're calculating this is $3,300, right? So this is for Mozambique, using the example of $20,000 as your FOB value, right? But if it is one of the BLNS countries, right? And you've got your 20,000 again, plus your 0%, zero VAT plus zero excise. As I said, I don't know what the fuel tax is in your country. And then zero for the FOB, zero for the 10%, right? So you're basically just calculating that, right? So the difference between what someone in, if I'm importing from Mozambique and if I'm importing from Botswana, the difference is $300 really, if the value of the goods is $20,000, okay? So I hope that makes a little more sense for you, because it's, you know, it's important to look at the numbers, because it may look at, oh, 10% off FOB and I'm not benefiting. It's actually a small amount, to be honest. It does add up, but the reason why I did the calculation is to show you that it's not a huge amount that they are benefiting from, but it is a little bit better than what you'd be benefiting from. So just think about it that way. Yes, you don't benefit from that, but ultimately it was a $300 difference. Okay. So really think of it in those terms, and that's why I did the calculation now. Is that clear? Okay, so that might be helpful. And I don't normally do this beforehand, because I normally let you calculate, you know, for the assignment on your own. So I hope that helps. I will continue sharing my presentation.
Doutor Kendo, podemos avançar e talvez depois...
Não,
podemos avançar, tá certo. Okay, thank you, Mary.
Okay.
We can continue.
Okay, so your cosmetics, you may not need an import permit, but you might need a site certificate. So this is for, as I've said, if you're using endangered fauna and flora, because if you're dealing with cosmetics and you are using certain herbs and medicinal plants or whatever it is in your cosmetics, you might need a site certificate for it, right? And again, with cosmetics, it can be seen as a luxury item. So you may need to pay excise duties on it. So if you're paying excise duties, you're also paying VAT on the product, right? So always remember that even though you are customs exempt, you have to pay VAT, and there's excise duties might be applicable for the importer. Okay. And your PPE, your personal protective equipment, here we don't need import licenses, but there might be a tariff quota. The reason for the tariff quota is because it may be textiles. So the masks that you make with material, there might be a tariff quota for that, right? So that's all the different products that we've looked at. And look, if you are looking at a product that's not on the list, please contact us. And if you need advice on it, please let us know. Okay. So now we'll move on to the methods of payment and Incoterms. Now, earlier we've discussed that when you are creating a contract with your buyer, you do not have a specific contract where, you know, it's a written contract and so on. So you've gone back and forth, you give them a quote, they've accepted the quote, and then you have to decide what method of payment you want to use. So as I've said before, there are 4 methods of payment. The first being the cash in advance. So here, as one of the participants have asked, can you get the cash or can you get payment in advance to fund your export? Yes, you may be able to do it, but it may not cover all your costs, right? And not everyone, especially if it's a huge amount of cargo that we are ordering, not everyone is willing to pay that full payment in advance, because I could be paying you $50,000 or $100,000, and I may not know whether I'm going to get the cargo from you, especially if you're a new exporter and I'm a new importer, right? So please bear that in mind. And I do encourage you to try and get cash in advance from your buyer, but you may need to actually do it in part payments where they pay a deposit when they're looking to buy from you. So they can confirm their order by paying, let's just say 40%, and then the other 60% when you pay, send them the documents, or they can pay 50% when they confirm the order and 50% when they receive the goods. But that's between the two of you. So you will always need funds to keep your business running during that period of time where you are exporting, because sometimes your payments will be delayed. Sometimes it'll take about 2 months for you to get some sort of payment out of, you know, a client. So in that time, you need to continue with your business and make sure it's running well. So that is your cash in advance payment, where you do get the payment in advance. It's a lot more risky for the buyer. So if I'm buying from you, I may not want to pay cash in advance. But remember, when you are buying from other countries, a lot of the times they do demand cash in advance. So you may also consider it as a payment method if you are a legitimate exporter. If you have done exports before and you know that you can get that payment in advance, then go for it. Or you work on getting a deposit and part payments and so on. The second payment method is the letter of credit. Now, this is known as the most secure payment method. And here we decide, okay, we're going to get the banks involved in the shipment. So I will decide that as the buyer, I want to pay on the letter of credit, right? So if we decide on the letter of credit, then that means instead of submitting documents to me and sending me the shipping document, you send it to the bank. So you send the quote to me and the pro forma invoice, and I decide, okay, we both decide actually, we are going ahead with a letter of credit. So I need to do my part, which is go to the bank and say to them, so I'll go to Standard Bank here in South Africa and say to them, I'm purchasing cashew nuts from Mozambique, and I want to open a letter of credit with the seller there. So I will take all your details to the bank and your bank details to my bank. So my bank will take that information and they'll contact your bank, right? So your bank in Nampula, they'll come and speak to your bank or email your bank and say, I have a client here in South Africa, Mary Ganda, who is purchasing something from your client. Does your client exist? And is this their business account and so on? Is this a legitimate business? So your bank will come back to Standard Bank and confirm that everything's in order. Yes, you are registered with them. You do have a bank account. It's in good order and all of that. And then we start discussing that letter of credit, how much cargo I'm ordering from you. All of this has to go onto the letter of credit document, right? What Incoterm we're using, where delivery takes place, when you will deliver. And what documents you need to submit. Now, remember, when you are looking at a letter of credit, the documentation is the most important part, because the bank doesn't come to Mozambique, or your bank doesn't come and check, hey, has this cargo been packed in the container, or has this cargo been packaged properly and loaded on the truck? They don't actually care what physically happens, right? They will only be looking at the documentation. So whatever documentation you need to submit has to be correct. There cannot be any spelling mistakes. There cannot be any errors on the document. If it's coming by sea and on a ship, you need to have the correct ship name, the correct voyage name, the correct ports, the correct description on the bill of lading. Everything has to be 100% correct. And if you said that it will be on board the vessel by the 18th of February, it's okay if it goes on board the vessel on the 16th, that's fine. But if it goes on board the vessel on the 19th and you have a bill of lading that says it's shipped on board on the 19th, you may not get paid. So whatever you agree on that letter of credit has to be realistic and has to be correct, right? So going back to us discussing this letter of credit, we decide, okay, we're going to sign the letter of credit and we are both happy with payment by letter of credit. What Standard Bank will do is that if I'm buying for $20,000 from you, they will take the money out of my bank account and they will make sure that they put it in a holding account. Okay, so I cannot touch that money because now I've made an undertaking that I'm purchasing from you. My bank has made an undertaking that if you submit those documents and it's correct, they'll make the payment, right? So because the bank has made that undertaking that they will make the payment on submission of the documents, they've taken the money out of my account. I cannot touch it. And they will just keep it until you submit your documents. So you ship the goods and you have all the documents ready. So those documents will be the phytosanitary certificate, the packing list, the commercial invoice, and the bill of lading. Remember, all of these documents have to be correct. 100% correct. If there's any errors and if there's anything that doesn't tie into your letter of credit, like on your letter of credit, you may have 100 cartons of cashew nuts. And then you put in the bill of lading 100 bags of cashew nuts. You will have a problem with those documents. So make sure everything's correct. If everything is correct on your documents, you submit the documents to the bank. The bank is happy with the documents. Your bank is happy with the documents. They check it and then they send it to Standard Bank here in South Africa. Standard Bank checks it. They are happy. So what do? They take the money that they've kept and then they release it to your bank, who will make payment to you, right? In the meantime, they'll send me the documents. So when the cargo gets to Durban, I can go and release the cargo. And everything runs like that. So it is a bit tedious. It's time consuming and a bit complex to deal with a letter of credit, but it's the least risky payment method. Okay, moving on to the documentary credit, which is similar to the letter of credit, but here the bank doesn't take any undertaking to check the documents. They're not worried about it, what's on the documents. They will just make payment when they get the documents and so on. They will be there, but they're not taking any risk and they're not taking any real responsibility. The open account. This is where you ship the goods, you send me the documents, and then I pay when you send me the documents, or I pay you when you send me the goods. This is very risky for the seller because you don't know, especially if it's a new relationship, you don't know whether I will make payment on time or if I'll make payment at all once I have the goods in my possession. So those are the 4 methods of payment. Remember, your methods of payment are between you and the buyer. Okay, this is how you're selling the buyer something, they need to pay. How are they going to pay? These are your options. So your options are cash in advance, letter of credit, documentary credit, and open account. The risk with doing international shipments is that you are dealing with different legal systems in different countries, and you're dealing with, especially between Mozambique and South Africa, you are dealing with language barriers. So it makes it a lot harder to work between us, right? But luckily we do have Google Translate these days, so that helps. So always look at different options for communicating as well, so you're as clear as possible. Okay, so those are the methods of payment that you need to consider and look at very carefully on what works for your business, because you need to think about, can your business afford to wait a few months for payment? Can you afford to go into a letter of credit, or do you need cash in advance? So look very carefully at how you decide on your payment method. Okay, we'll now move on to selecting your Incoterms. So your Incoterms are your international commercial terms. They were developed by the International Chamber of Commerce, and it's just there to make it easier. So, you know, when you're discussing the contract or the quotes, where your delivery takes place and all the different details with regard to the shipment, there's a lot to consider. Okay, so you need to look at which Incoterm you need to use, but you also need to know how much of experience do you have with international shipments, what is the risk associated with a specific Incoterm, and what financial responsibilities you have, what operational responsibilities, such as dealing with the transporters and so on. So as a seller, you will look at all your experience and look at, okay, it's my first shipment. I can produce the goods, but I can't pay for the transport and I can't pay for the export clearance and so on. So I'm going to sell X works where the buyer picks up the goods from me. Okay. And that you'll have to negotiate with the buyer, right? And how they go ahead, and they will need to do what makes them happy as well and what works for their business. Okay. Some of you may have already come across Incoterms. You may have already worked with it. You may even have gone on training on Incoterms, right? So it may be easier for you. Okay. What we've done with the Regional Cross-Border Toolkit, you'll find the Incoterms on page 31, I think, of the toolkit, somewhere along there. I'm not sure on the Portuguese version, but please just go to the Incoterms pages. What we've looked at with the Incoterms for the Regional Cross-Border Trade Toolkit was the 2010 Incoterms and the 2020 Incoterms. There are Incoterms books that you can purchase from the International Chamber of Commerce. So what we've done is gone through both the 2010 and the 2020 books, right? We've looked at every single Incoterm. So for this workshop and for this presentation, I've just added on the 2020 one, but the 2010 one is explained as well in detail. So we've looked at the Incoterms and we've looked at finding the easiest way for the buyer and the seller to use it. So we've literally just taken whatever we could, the most important information out of the books. So if you decide that you want to sell to someone and they come to you and they say, they want to use CIP or FCA, all you have to do is go onto the Regional Cross-Border Trade Toolkit and you'll just see what your responsibilities are, right? So we'll start off with the 2020 X works. Now for 2020, there are 11 Incoterms that you use, right? 7 Incoterms are for any mode of transport. So when we say any mode of transport, we are looking at rail, road, sea, which is shipping, and air freight, okay? So that's any, so you can use these Incoterms even for domestic shipments. So it just tells you where your responsibilities end, where your risk ends, and what your responsibilities are. And the main thing is your cost as well. Okay. So the first Incoterm is Ex-Works, which is EXW. It's written Ex-Works, and it's for any mode of transport. When you have it on a document, like your letter of credit or your packing list or your commercial invoice, you type in EXW and you put in the address for delivery. So your address for Ex-Works is your warehouse or your premises. So when in Ex-Works, you are basically just producing the goods, you're packaging it, and you're getting it ready to be loaded onto a truck. As the seller, that's your job. As the buyer, my job is to make sure I arrange the transport from your warehouse. I get somebody to load the truck, and then I do the export clearance and the import clearance, right? And I transport it to my warehouse here in Durban. So the delivery takes place at your warehouse. You just need to make sure you've got insurance up until I've picked it up from you, right? Remember, your responsibilities are to make
Wendy?
sure.
Sorry, Mary.
Yes.
Ok. Desculpa. Pode continuar.
Okay. So you as a seller, you need to be responsible for making sure that the goods are ready, that the right documentation is ready, and you've packaged the goods and it's ready for transport. So this is what you need to do as expert. So once it gets onto the truck and once I've loaded it, you don't have to worry about it. It's not your problem anymore because your delivery has already taken place. You also, and remember, with no matter which Incoterm you're using, as a seller, you need to make sure you've got the certificate of origin, you've got the phytosanitary certificate, you've got the commercial invoice, and the packing list, right? And your risk ends at delivery or when it is at my disposal in your warehouse. For free carrier, this is where you deliver it to a carrier that I nominate or a clearing and forwarding agent, or they may even come and pick it up from your warehouse, right? So your risk and delivery, the delivery takes place when it gets to that first carrier. So you may have to send it to a DHL warehouse in Nampula. And then once it's in that warehouse, then it's no longer your problem. You have to have insurance until it's delivered at that warehouse, okay? Your responsibilities is to package it and get it delivered to that warehouse or to have it ready for the clearing and forwarding agent to pick it up. You will need to make sure that you've got all the documents ready, all the export documents. You may not have to worry about the transport document, okay? And your risk is transferred when you've delivered it to, let's just say DHL warehouse or some clearing and forwarding warehouse in Nampula. CPT is carriage paid to. Here you are delivering to me here in South Africa. So it will say at destination. So your responsibilities are to package, to do the export clearance, to arrange the transport to South Africa, and make sure you have all the documents ready and the transport label and so on. And then you hand over all of that to me at destination. Carriage and insurance paid to. CIP. Here again, you will be responsible for transporting it to South Africa, and you'll be paying insurance, right? But you'll be paying insurance on my behalf, so the risk is actually mine. So the risk transfers as soon as it goes onto the carrier. So if it's going onto a ship or if it's going onto the first carrier, the risk transfers to me. But you will have to buy insurance on my behalf. So this is a bit more complicated than your straightforward Ex Works and FCA. Delivered at place, here, everything is transferred. So the risk, responsibility, and cost are transferred when it comes to a place that I've nominated here in South Africa. So it could be a warehouse, or you could have to, you may have to deliver it in Richards Bay or somewhere close to me, okay? But it's your responsibility to deliver it and pay the cost up until that point. It will be my responsibility to do the import clearance. Your responsibility is the export clearance. So that's DAP. DPU is delivered at place unloaded. So you will deliver to my warehouse unloaded, but the import clearance is for me. But you have to take on all the other responsibilities like the transport, export clearance, everything. DDP, delivered duty paid. Here, as the seller, you have the most responsibility. You will be delivering it to my warehouse. I will offload it, but the problem here is that you'll be doing the import clearance. And if there's any fines or any issues, you will have to pay for it. You'll be paying customs duties on my behalf. So you will have to be very wary of using DDP because you will have to understand the import processes. Yeah. I may need to get the import permit, but everything else needs to be done by you. So I wouldn't recommend it being used by new exporters because it is firstly a lot of work and a lot of cost involved. Okay, so those are the 7 Incoterms for any mode of transport. Then you've got 4 Incoterms for sea transport. Okay, FOB is the most popular, but there's also FAS, which is free alongside ship. Here as a seller, your responsibility ends when it comes to the port alongside the ship that I've nominated. So I booked the ship with the shipping line, and I'll tell you, okay, please make sure that it gets to the South Marina Mazwe, which is coming into Maputo on the 18th, right? So you will make sure that it gets into the port and it's there on time to be loaded onto the vessel, okay? And once it's at the port ready to be loaded, that's where your risk ends. And then the rest of the costs and responsibilities will be for me. FOB, here your risk ends once it's loaded on board the ship. So it comes onto the ship. Once it goes onto the South Marina Mazwe, it's no longer your problem. So up until it gets onto the ship, you need to make sure that you've got insurance. You need to make sure that you are taking care of all the costs and any responsibilities with the transporter and so on. The shipping line problems I will deal with, okay? But they may actually release the bill to you, which you'll have to transfer it, which you'll have to send to me. But everything else has to be done by you, okay? I will book the ship. I will make sure that when it comes to South Africa, I'll do the clearing and forwarding on my side. So once it gets on board the vessel, it's no longer your problem. CFR, which is cost and freight. Here you will pay for the freight coming into Durban. Once it gets into Durban, then it is my responsibility, okay? CIF, cost, insurance, and freight. Here, you book the vessel, the ship, right? It comes to South Africa. Up until it comes to South Africa, the cost is for you. Even the cost of insurance is for you. But the risk is mine once it gets onto the vessel, which means that you may pay for the insurance, but if anything happens to the container, so if the container falls overboard the vessel or the ship sink, it's my risk. So as soon as it gets on board the vessel, even though you've paid for the insurance, you would most likely get a cheap insurance because it's not your problem once it gets on board the vessel. So I may need to get extra insurance to make sure that I'm covered. But if I'm a new buyer and you are experienced in selling and exporting and stuff, then I might choose CIF because I may not know how to deal with the shipping lines and so on. So when you're looking at choosing these Incoterms, look at how much of experience you have, how much of experience your buyer has, and then decide and negotiate what Incoterm to use. Because as I've said, there's a lot of responsibilities that go into choosing the Incoterms. There's a lot of costs, and you need to consider everything before you make a decision. Because you cannot choose an Incoterm and then later on find out that you've chosen DDP, and you've got to do the import clearance in South Africa as well, and you don't even have a clearing and coding agent in South Africa. So these are all problems that may come up. That is why it's so important for anyone involved in international trade to understand Incoterms. Okay, so that's your 11 Incoterms. You will find more information in the toolkit and more information on the 2010 Incoterms as well. So you can go through that, find out what the risk and responsibility is, and then you know if a buyer says no, they want you to deliver DAP, you know what's expected from your side. You know you need to get your documents ready. You know you need to arrange the transport and so on. So DAP, all of these Incoterms you can use for sea, right? Or any mode of transport. But just remember, these 4 is only for sea. You cannot use it for air freight, and you definitely cannot use it for road freight and anything else, or rail. It's only for anything that actually goes on to a ship, whether it's on sea or river or waterways. Okay. We will now move on to the creating a timeline for the export order. We'll look at the export processes and the import processes, and then all the other regulations that you need to look at, and procedures for your shipment, and then look at how you actually come up with your timeline. Now, I haven't done a timeline on this presentation because when we are looking for and thinking about a timeline, we need to be practical. So we may not actually be looking at, specific numbers and days and all of that. We don't have to have it 100% correct. But as a seller, you need to understand that if I ask you, when can you make delivery? You need to consider so many different things. So you need to understand that part, that you have to take into consideration that I need to get an import permit ready, which takes 30 days. You need to get your phytosanitary certificate ready. You need to produce the goods and all of that. So that is why we need to think about the timeline. So when I ask you for a delivery date, you can give me a realistic delivery date. And, it's something that you would have thought about, and you would have looked at all the time that it takes to produce, to do the documentation, to do the quote, to do the contract, and everything else that we need done. Okay. Your export processes starts with your export quote. So I'll contact you and tell you, okay, I need 10,000 or 10 tons of cashew nuts, and I want it roasted and salted and packaged in 10 kg bags, right? And then you will give me a price for that. But then you also need to look at what Incoterm we decide on, and then you may need to look at contacting a transporter and getting the costs from them, and look at all the other costs. So your final quote to me will have to include all the costs that you are incurring, from insurance to transport, clearing and forwarding, documentation, and anything else that comes up. You also need to make sure that you are choosing the right clearing and forwarding agent, which is very important. The clearing and forwarding agent needs to understand the processes, especially the processes of exporting to South Africa. They need to understand how to use the transporters, which transporter would be better, and they need to be able to advise you on certain things, okay? Your pro forma invoice, you need to know what to include in the pro forma invoice. You will find these details in the toolkit. So things like the description of the goods, the unit price, and rates of exchange, if need be, depending on what currency you're using. And then the most important part is processing the export order, which means you're getting the product ready to be exported. So this is where you produce the goods, or you manufacture, you package, you check, and you do everything that's required for the export. At the same time, you are preparing your documentation. You're making sure that the packing list is completed, the commercial invoice is being processed. If you are doing the export booking with a shipping line, you need to do that. Send them the shipping instruction. So all of these things happen at the same time. Getting all that documentation ready and looking at how you're receiving payments and getting the documents ready. If you need to submit documents to the bank, making sure that those are ready as well. So as soon as the goods have been picked up and you've got your transport waiver or your bill of lading, you will want to submit it as early as possible to the bank so they can check and make sure that everything's correct with it. And then your last part is your after-sales service. And that's when the goods get to me here in South Africa. And you need to make sure that I'm happy with the goods, and if there's any problems, what we need to discuss. Maybe you need to send me replacement goods, or, you know, it's about establishing that relationship.
Mary,
so
we have a question.
I
Someone
think
in the audience, please?
Can we just save the questions till I'm done, so we can just have a proper discussion? Because I don't want us to run out of time. Is that fine, Honorata? If we just save all the questions for the end.
Sim, vamos aguardar até o fim.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I just want to finish the last few slides and do the explanation on the assignment, and then we'll take whatever questions that everyone has, and then we can have a discussion before you go off to lunch. Okay, the import process is the process that I would have to follow, and that would be my own import registrations. I would need to have my own clearing and forwarding agent and look at the import clearance and making sure I've got the right HS codes and so on for the goods. And the documentation, I would have to get the documentation from you. So whatever documents that you've prepared would have to come through to me so I can do my import clearance. If there's any shipments that stop for inspection, I need to submit documents for it. Unless it's DDP Incoterm that's been chosen, then that's your responsibility, okay? So remember, if you've chosen DDP as an Incoterm, you have a lot of work to do. So if anything, you stop for inspection, or if there's any fines, those costs are for you. But whatever costs you are incurring, you can pass on to me, but you need to make sure that it's not because you've done something wrong. Okay. And then the import permit is something that I would need to get. Okay. So we've got the export process, we've got the import process, and it is in detail in toolkit itself. And when you are dealing with any international shipment, there's different procedures that you need to think about. The first one is establishing the contract. So that's between you and I, and how we go about creating the contract and how we proceed with the quotes, who decides to do what, and so on. And the contract is basically making sure that you get the sale and we go ahead with the shipment. Your transport procedures and contracts is where you are dealing with the transporters, or I'm dealing with the transporters and getting quotes from the transporters. Remember, you're not just going to go to the first transporter you deal with. You are going to get quotes. So it does take time to figure out which transporter you're using, unless you already have a relationship with a clearing and forwarding agent or with a transporter or shipping line. Then you've got your regulatory procedures. These have to do with your Department of Agriculture, your phytosanitary certificates, your customs procedures, making sure all your clearing is done properly with your bills of exit, bills of entry here in South Africa. And then the last is the financial procedures. This is where if there is a letter of credit involved, you know, we do our part and I do my preparation for it and you do your side as well. And if you need export credit insurance, you need to arrange that on your side. If you need extra funding for your shipments, that's something you need to sort out, right? So remember that all of these different procedures happen at the same time. So while we are busy with the contract, you're also looking at your letters of credit, your regulatory procedures, trying to get your phytosanitary certificate done, and you're also dealing with the transporters. So when you are looking at your timeline, you have to look at everything, you know, as a whole. And remember that while you're doing all of this, I also need to apply for my import permit. And I need to do my part with the letter of credit. So your timelines need to look at all of these things and consider everything. You will not get the timeline 100% correct because you cannot control everything in the shipment. So you will work as much as you can and try to do your part properly. So try to get your documentation correct. Try to get everything with your shipment correct. So if I've said I want 100 blue dresses and it must be light blue or whatever blue I've stated, and it must be of cotton and a certain length and so on, you need to produce according to what I've requested, okay? Or if I want 10 tons of cashew nuts packaged in 10 kg bags, you need to make sure that it is done properly and I get my goods in good order and it's usable and so on. So all of these things happen at the same time. But ultimately it's about getting those goods to the buyer and it's about getting the payment and establishing a long-term relationship. So your timeline, you just need to have an idea of how long it will take to get to me and also be realistic with your buyer. If you know it's going to take 3 weeks, tell them it's 3 weeks. Don't tell them it's 1 week and then make them wait and keep requesting information from you. Because as a buyer, I will get frustrated and then I don't want to deal with you as a seller again. I'd rather you tell me, if you know it's going to be 3 weeks, you tell me, Mary, it's going to be maybe almost a month. Then I know if it's not here within 3 weeks to a month, then I can worry you and ask you what's happening with it. But I don't want to be going back and forth with you from week 2 and you don't have answers for me because you haven't given me the right information. So the reason why we will look at timelines and the reason why we need to discuss it is so that you are aware of it and you can tell your buyer the right information. At all times, you need to make sure that you have a good relationship with your buyer and you're constantly communicating with your buyer. That way you will have that long-term relationship, because a lot of people would prefer dealing with someone who's honest and who is straightforward than someone who's just telling them, you know, what they want to hear. You can't tell me I'm going to get my goods next week when you know you haven't even started manufacturing. Okay. So you need to be very, very realistic. You rather tell somebody in advance. So I know if I cannot wait a month, I can tell you I can't wait a month. And I'll have to go and buy from somebody else. But because you've been honest with me, I may come back for another quote when I know I have the time to wait and so on. So be careful with how you communicate and always be straightforward and honest with your communication. And make sure you understand the timelines. Make sure you know how long it takes to get a phytosanitary certificate and so on. Okay, so that's creating a timeline. Okay, before I stop sharing this, please take down my contact details if you need it. You can contact me on email, on the Sati Hub email. So if there's anything that you need, or you can come via the USA Trade Hub in Mozambique, and I'll be happy to assist with any requirements. Okay. I'm going to stop sharing that and move on quickly to the assignment question. So we can just get that over and done with, and then we can start any questions or discussions that you have. Honorata, I'm not sure if you have printed out the assignment question for them. Okay, so what you'll be doing is selecting a product. Yes, Honorata, you.
Yes, we have them printed. I have copies, one for each group.
Okay, great. So what you will need to do is select a product that you want to export from Mozambique to South Africa. And in your groups, so you'll be going into groups before you go for lunch. And you will start discussing what payment method you want, what Incoterm you want to use. You will also have to calculate the VAT, and please remember, you are customs exempt, so do not worry about customs duties. I may have said customs duties there, but you need to remember that there are no customs duties. You need to think about VAT and excise duties as that is applicable. Now, if you are not used to exporting, just use $20,000 as the amount that you're calculating with. So it might make it a bit easier. The third part is creating a timeline. Now, I don't need a very detailed timeline. I just need to understand how long it will take to get to South Africa. And please be realistic with the times. Think about how long it takes to produce the goods and process it and so on. The last part, which is quite important as well, is for you to mention the types of barriers that are present for exporting and the sort of solutions that you would come up with. Because remember, you're looking at different value chains, you're looking at different processes. So please make sure that you have looked at it and you know what the barriers are, because then you know how to approach your shipment and what to do in the future. And also, I mean, you have a lot of people in the room that you'll be networking with. Some can even help you with finding the solutions to these. So the idea behind all of this is so that you learn how to use the toolkit. You are able to help others to use the toolkit, and you network at the same time. So, you know, speaking to people in other organizations in the same room or even online, and making sure that you're looking at moving forward with exports from Mozambique. So the aim of the toolkit is to increase the export. So for you, understanding what's in the toolkit and how you can use that information, that would help you with improving the exports from Mozambique, right? So I will stop sharing this for now, and I think we can take your questions. And then once we're done with the questions, then you can go into your groups and we can, yeah, you can go to lunch.
Muito obrigada, Mary. Vamos ver os colegas que têm perguntas. Eu estou querendo, creio que estava já à espera para... Sim, sim, por favor. Pode levantar essa questão.
Obrigado. Kendall, o que eu gostaria de saber era, na vertente, quando se falou do programa, do cronograma, né? E estávamos a falar da parte do cronograma. Portanto, gostaria de falar do procedimento financeiro. Né? Por exemplo, se eu faço um acordo com o comprador e acordamos um preço, mas que no período de entrega do produto há uma oscilação do câmbio do rand, por exemplo, há uma valorização do rand face ao metical. Portanto, queria perceber como é que eu posso acalmatar o risco financeiro, o risco cambial resultante da oscilação das duas moedas. Por exemplo, eu combino que a minha castanha ou o meu óleo vale $1, mas que quando eu for fazer a entrega, vou correr um custo maior do que eu tinha calculado, por causa da variação cambial. Eu queria perceber como é que isto possa acalmatar. Existe uma negociação que se pode fazer em caso de haver oscilação cambial, acalmatar-se ou reajustar-se o câmbio? E outra questão era, queria perceber, com relação ao tempo de entrega. Eu percebi que eram 30 dias. Queria ter a certeza se realmente este é o prazo máximo de entrega de um produto de qualquer ponto de Moçambique para a África do Sul. São exatamente 30 dias. Queria ter a certeza disso. Eram duas questões apenas. Obrigado.
Okay, thank you for your question. Your first question with regard to the exchange rate. Okay, I think what you need to communicate with the buyer is it depends on the payment method. Okay, if your buyer is if you're using cash in advance, you'll get your payment quickly, which means you won't have as much fluctuation with the rate of exchange, right? But if you're using any other payment method, even the letter of credit, you need to be aware and you need to let your buyer know that on your quote, you can actually say, yes, you know that the rate of exchange is this on this day, but you'll be setting your price at a different rate of exchange. Okay, and that you're setting it on a different rate of exchange because if there's any cost incurred, you will know that you're not losing out completely. And that is an acceptable way to do it because you don't have to choose today's rate of exchange. You can decide on another rate of exchange that works for your business, but obviously it has to be reasonable. Okay. If you have dealt with shipping lines, you will know that a shipping line sets their own rate of exchange. So when their ship is coming in, they set a rate of exchange for that ship, right? So it may not be today's rate of exchange, it may not be yesterday's, they just decide on their own rate of exchange, which is close to what's realistic. but they know that if you're paying on different days, the rate of exchange is going to be different. So what they do is they set their own shipping rate and say, okay, you can pay on any day as long as you're using this rate of exchange. Okay. But you need to discuss it with the buyer as well. So you need to, because every single change in the rate of exchange may mean you may lose money or you may gain. Okay. So you need to understand where's the rate of exchange going. You need to understand, there are different websites where you can see, they have those graphs that show you where the rate of exchange is going. You could even look at that and calculate from there how much you may lose, and then give the buyer a reasonable rate of exchange that you can work with. Obviously, it has to be as close to the local and daily rate of exchange that you have at the moment. But if you know there's going to be a lot of issues with the rate of exchange, then maybe just increase your price slightly for that. If not, if you can't play around with the rate of exchange and the buyer doesn't accept it. The second part of the delivery time, okay? We all have an idea of what the delivery time could be, okay? But there are a lot of things that's not in your control. It's not in your control if there's a strike. It's not in your control if there's a political thing that happens, once the container is packed and on a ship. It's not in your control if there are vessel delays. So as much as you can give a delivery time, you need to be very wary and say to the client, this is the delivery time, this is what normally happens. And you can also speak to your transporters and make sure that they can give you a realistic time. But if there's anything that you find out while the goods are in shipment, or while it's on the ship and you know that there's a problem, or while it's on the truck and you know that the truck has had an accident, you need to alert the buyer so they know that there might be a delay and they can prepare for it. So as much as you may not know fully the exact dates and so on, it's about keeping those communication lines open and having that relationship to say, I see a problem coming up because the truck was stopped at the border and there might be a problem there. So you can give them an idea of the delivery time, but remember, these things do change, but your job as a seller is to alert the buyer and keep that relationship. Because no matter what you do in international trade, there will be delays. There will be ships that run aground, there's ships that sink, there's containers that fall overboard, there's trucks that burn, catch on fire. I mean, we've come across tons of these. So it's just about letting the buyer know and also making sure both of y'all have your insurance. I don't know if there's any questions from those who are online. Yes.
Se não tiverem perguntas dos participantes virtuais, temos mais uma pergunta aqui na sala. Por favor.
Sim, obrigado. É uma questão de estranheza, né? Em relação às ferramentas, quando falamos do transporte via marítimo, aqui fez referência a dois grandes portos, que é o Porto da Beira e o Porto de Lisboa. Fiquei sem perceber se haveria alguma exclusão em termos de custos a partir de exportar a partir do Porto de Nampula. Não cheguei a perceber, não sei se é por causa de ser mesmo esse ciclo deste transporte para o Sul, mesmo há alguma situação que, se calhar, tem implicações em termos do uso do Porto de Nampula.
Okay.
Dentro das ferramentas, temos dois portos, que é o Porto da Beira e de Maputo. Eu perguntava se havia alguma situação não, digamos, rentável de usar a via marítima a partir do Porto de Nampula para a África do Sul.
My apologies for not mentioning Nampula Port. It should have actually been mentioned, and there is no problem with using Nampula Port. I think a lot of the times, exports normally happen, especially to Durban from Beira and Maputo, and that's why we actually just use that. But if there are shipments coming from Nampula, that's not an issue. It just depends on which ports are being used, which ports are closest to you. So from my side, there's no real issue with Nampula Port. It was just, I'm not sure how I checked the port, but at the time I didn't find much shipments from Nampula to Durban, so I just used Maputo and Beira. But I am aware of Nampula Port, and it used to be a very busy port. So I'm not sure how busy it is now, but it doesn't matter which port. It was just an oversight on my side.
Ok, obrigada. Muito obrigada. Há alguma outra questão aqui na sala? Não sei se talvez há algum colega aqui que gostaria de falar um bocadinho sobre o Porto de Nampula, porque ela disse que não tem noção da dimensão do porto, etc. Incluiu Beira e Maputo, mas talvez nos 2 minutinhos, se há um colega aqui que gostaria de falar um bocadinho do Porto de Nampula, seria útil para ela ter esse conhecimento.
Portanto, vou falar um bocadinho, mas tenho colegas que possam falar melhor.
Okay.
O Porto de Nampula é um porto que tem grande importância para o corredor de Nampula também, mas também para os países de interlado. Falo de Malawi, de Zimbábue, por aí fora. E este porto tem uma grande importância na medida em que estamos a caminhar para um acordo de comércio livre. Não é? E a Zona Norte, como sendo uma zona que depende muito do corredor de Nampula, este porto é extremamente importante, não é? E não só, é um porto com águas profundas, um dos maiores portos com águas profundas a nível da Portugal. Portanto, eu penso que era importante este porto mapearmos a nível do comércio internacional, não só para capitalizar a própria província, mas também para capitalizar a Zona Norte toda. Porque a Zona Norte toda, ela tem recursos virgens que podem ser transformados e exportados para a África do Sul e para o mundo inteiro. Então, este porto vai ajudar bastante no desenvolvimento do corredor de Nampula, da Zona Norte também. Obrigado.
Obrigada, Dr. Kendo. Não sei se há um outro colega que queria acrescentar.
Okay, thank you for that.
Ok, tem mais um colega aqui que gostaria de acrescentar. Dr. José?
Então, vou fazer um comentário sobre... Ela disse que só viu o porto de Maputo e da Beira. Talvez é porque as importações que são feitas de Moçambique, da África do Sul para Moçambique, ou dos outros países para Moçambique, as pessoas usam o porto de Maputo e da Beira por causa do custo em relação à Nampula. É sempre importar para em Maputo e depois alguém mandar vir via terrestre para Nampula, para ToT. É mais por aí. Mas agora, ultimamente, está sendo usado muito por Nampula, para exportações. Geralmente nós estamos cá na província, Nampula, ou em Lixinga, ToT. É mais fácil, em Pemba, é mais fácil nós exportar a partir de Nampula que transportar o produto para Beira, Maputo, para depois exportar é mais caro. É mais por isso.
Okay.
Thank you. I think when it came to Beira and Maputo, we have a feeder vessel. I think it's done by Ocean Africa Container Lines. So this feeder goes to certain ports. So I just looked at those ports because those were the quickest routes between Maputo, or between Mozambique and South Africa. And with Nampula being a deep water port, I know Maputo is not a very deep water port. So you would have feeder vessels going there, and then the bigger vessel would have to, you know, the international trade lanes, those vessels would have to go to Nampula. But between Durban and Maputo and Beira, there is a feeder that does go through. And yes, more shipping lines should be using Nampula. But remember that the shipping lines would use it based on how much of cargo is being imported and exported and how much of trade is happening. So I'm not sure how well it's being used, and I hope it is being used because especially with cargo going inland and to other countries, I mean, you'd have to make use of that and use that as part of your trade as well, and to get more vessels calling the port, Nampula port. Okay, so thank you for that info.
Muito obrigada. Mais alguma questão? Ou comentário? Algo para adicionar aqui? Ok. Sim, there's one more. Por favor.
Essa informação naquilo que são cidades, não é? De produtos a serem importados, e importados pela África do Sul. Em relação àquilo que são os exames fitossanitários, quando são feitas cá em Moçambique e levados da África do Sul, também têm a obrigação de ser feita uma nova avaliação. Na obrigação da certificação do produto, não é? Quando nós falamos de exames fitossanitários, quando o produto é feito o exame cá em Moçambique e levado para a África do Sul, chegares na África do Sul, também há necessidade de serem feitos mais uma vez exames.
Sometimes the products are inspected again because we have our own rules. So by getting the phytosanitary certificate, you are saying that it meets our requirements and it meets your export requirements. But here in South Africa, we may need the import inspection. So then our Department of Agriculture can keep track of what's coming from different countries, and whether or not, you know, the agricultural products are, you know, fit for use. And you know, sometimes the different agricultural products may have diseases. So even plants may have diseases, or they may have different infestations of insects, or, you know, those sort of things. So it's important that we also inspect, so we know that it is acceptable to our market. And that's why we have these rules. So, you know, you have those SPS rules and TBT rules to make sure that the goods are fit for human consumption, or they're not harming animals and so on. So they may require import inspections here, even if it has been export inspected. Okay. Are there any other questions? Anybody online who would like to ask a question? because we will soon be going on break for lunch.
Não me parece que hajam perguntas adicionais. Acredito que já temos os grupos formados ou separados e já partilhei o papel com o exercício prático. Não acredito que neste momento podemos fazer o nosso intervalo e regressarmos às 13 horas, é isso? Deixa eu só confirmar. Sim, regressamos à sala às 13 horas. Tem mais alguma coisa a dizer, Mary, antes de entrarmos no intervalo?
Yes, for those who have joined us online, you are welcome to do the assignment. I will be sharing it on the screen during the break. So please, if you would like to present your answers on the assignment, you're welcome to. And we would like more participation from those online. It would be nice. Yes, so I think that's it from my side. So once they are back from lunch at 1, we have the time between 1 and 2 where they will be working on the assignment answers, and from 2 o'clock we'll be doing presentations from whoever is answering the questions. So please, those who are online, please participate, and I'm looking forward to the presentations at 2.
Muito obrigada, Mary, e muito obrigada, colegas. Voltamos à sala às 13 horas. Até breve. So, Mary, are you there?
Esther, are you ready with the presentations?
Nós temos uma pergunta recorrente, já dois grupos fizeram essa pergunta, sobre o EXW, EXW, para esclarecer exatamente o que é.
Okay. EXW is X work, and that is where the seller has to arrange for the product to be manufactured, and X works. So if you see, I think it's on page 31 of the toolkit. You'll see the acronym EXW, and next to it, it'll be written X works.
Okay, thank you.
Vamos pedir o primeiro grupo a se aproximar, por favor, do token. Mary, acho que estamos prontas para o primeiro grupo inicial.
Okay, great. I'm ready as well. And I will give feedback once they are done, and the rest of the participants can also ask questions.
Eu vou fazer a apresentação.
Mais uma vez, voltar. Meu grupo, meu nome é Kenda Nampula. Vou apresentar, eu o segundo grupo, e vamos apresentar o que foi a resolução do exercício. Para responder à pergunta número 1, nós selecionamos o azeite, né, que é um produto real, mas que por uma questão de segredo de alma do negócio, não vamos anunciar o produto exato, mas que faz parte do azeite. O método de pagamento que nós achamos seria carta por letras crédito. Carta de crédito. O Incoterm seria o FAL, neste caso. A pergunta número 2, nós apanhamos o IVA como sendo $3.300. Portanto, os cálculos que nós fizemos foram 15% vezes 20.000 mais 0 mais 0 mais 2.000. 2.000 que é referente a 2% da taxa. Isto, no total, deu-nos $3.320. Portanto, como a pergunta número 3, nós achamos como ponto de partida de exportação do nosso produto, achamos que devia ser o Porto de Nampula. Nós queremos capitalizar o Porto de Nampula. A Mary, nós tínhamos dado aqui algumas informações sobre o Porto de Nampula e gostaria de acrescentar o seguinte, que o Porto de Nampula possivelmente possa ser ou pertencer à Rota da Seda. Portanto, é um programa do governo chinês e o Porto de Durban faz parte da Rota da Seda e provavelmente o Porto de Nampula também possa pertencer à Rota da Seda. Então, nós achamos que o Porto de Nampula deve ser incluída neste processo de trade hub. O tempo máximo, tanto como referência 30 dias, mas nós achamos que podíamos fazer a entrega em 20 dias. Portanto, fazendo a criação do cronograma a partir da cotação, nós achamos que a nossa cotação, tanto a nossa fatura por forma ia de $2.11. O nosso custo do produto é 1.56, o custo de seguro $1.56,
o custo de seguro 2 cêntimos por unidade, o custo de transporte 35 cêntimos, prazo de entrega 20 dias, como disse anteriormente. Tanto a fatura pro forma tem como o exportador seria Agrifeed, tanto é uma empresa real que se dedica a processamento de óleo e farinha desengordurada. Portanto, o comprador, neste caso, hipoteticamente, achamos que a colega Inês seria a compradora deste óleo. Suponhamos que ela esteja na África do Sul, né? O custo total do desembarque. Portanto, o nosso custo total do desembarque deu-nos 2,11 dólares. Portanto, o custo em Moçambique era de 1,56, como disse, 1,56. Portanto, o produto na África do Sul, portanto, acrescido às taxas de seguro, custo de transporte e adiante, o produto custaria-nos na África do Sul 2,11. E, por ironia, aquela hora eu estava a fazer o preenchimento do African Trade, não é? E é quase o preço é o próximo disso, né? Em termos hipoteticamente, mas que o preço vai até real, 4 dólares. 4 dólares. É mais ou menos isto que nós encontramos. Número 4, com relação a tipo de barreiras que são enfrentadas no processo de exportação, nós achamos 4 barreiras. Primeiro, como custo de matéria-prima. Portanto, isto falamos durante o almoço, que Moçambique tem a produtividade mais alta relativamente ao Malawi. Por quê? Na área do agronegócio. Por quê? Porque o Malawi subsidia os fertilizantes e Moçambique não subsidia. Então, logo a priori, Moçambique tem o produtor ou exportador moçambicano, a probabilidade é de colocar o seu produto no mercado internacional com um preço mais elevado relativamente ao Malawi. Porque o governo do Malawi subsidia os fertilizantes. E nós achamos que o governo moçambicano podia, ou deve, melhor dizendo assim, subsidiar os fertilizantes para que a nossa agricultura seja mais competitiva. Né? Isto é real. Então, nós achamos, tem aqui parceiros do governo. No grupo, tive 2 parceiros, eu sou do setor privado, e felizmente tive no grupo 2 do governo. Eu acho que fica aqui o recado, né, para o governo, os meus colegas, que é preciso que subsidiamos os fertilizantes, porque isto só nos beneficia, né? A produção de mais alimentos. A nossa província tem cerca de 54% de desnutrição crônica. Então, precisamos de mais alimentos, precisamos de produzir mais. A outra questão que nós achamos como barreira é excesso de burocracia. Né? Portanto, para fazer a exportação de um produto, há muita burocracia. E, portanto, são processos que muitas das vezes não nos levam a ser competitivos. Em algum momento, podemos levar 3, 4 dias só para colocar um produto dentro do navio. Então, os portos não são competitivos. Portanto, era preciso que os portos sejam competitivos. Portanto, em termos de competitividade, na África Austral, o porto de Durban está, em termos de competitividade, está maior. Eu soube que o governo de Moçambique esteve a modernizar o porto de Maputo, que é para ser mais competitivo. Então, o porto de Nampula precisa que seja mais competitivo para nós sermos competitivos também a nível da África Austral. A outra questão que nós achamos como barreira é a corrupção. Né? A corrupção é extremamente alta. Em algum momento já tivemos situações em que o próprio Presidente da República já disse que Nampula é a província mais corrupta. Então, precisamos de eliminar estas nuances, estes males que impedem a competitividade, né? Que põem em causa a nossa competitividade. Por exemplo, quem transporta uma mercadoria daqui para Nacala, tanto tem que dar semeticais no controle do trânsito, polícias, tanto, estes pequenos valores, no fim do dia, incrementam o custo do produto, né? Portanto, tira-nos a competitividade a nível do mercado internacional. Não só temos a terminal especial de Nacala, portanto, é uma terminal que existe no país e nós, como setor privado, nós já fizemos, já tivemos ações, conversas com o governo, no sentido de retirar esta terminal, porque é única. Não faz sentido que nós tenhamos a entrar no mercado de comércio livre e tenhamos, até hoje, tínhamos terminais. E é a única terminal no país. Então, eu gostaria que esta terminal fosse retirada, porque tira a competitividade no fim do dia. E a outra questão que nós também achamos é a certificação. Não é? Quando digo certificação, estou a falar de certificação de qualidade. Portanto, para que um produto esteja no mercado internacional, uma das coisas é a certificação de qualidade. Portanto, nós estamos um bocadinho atrasados com relação à certificação dos nossos processos de produção. Então, porque são caros, mas que há um programa de massificação de certificação de qualidade. E isso está sendo muito lento. E acredito que possa nos próximos dias, acelerarmos com o processo e termos maior número de empresas, de PMEs certificadas, né? a nível da província. Como solução, eu já tinha dito que em relação à matéria-prima era subsidiário. Com relação ao excesso de burocracia, eu acho que, como solução, nós achamos que devemos aumentar o diálogo público-privado. É necessário que o diálogo público-privado seja frequente, seja insistentemente feito, né? O diálogo entre o governo e o setor privado para a remoção das barreiras, porque sentimos que este diálogo ainda é muito prematuro, né? Isto também deveu-se a questões como o Covid-19, mas que nós temos esperança de que o diálogo público-privado possa acontecer. Há 2, 3 semanas tivemos um encontro com o seu excelência primeiro-ministro e disse que a solução de remoção de muitas barreiras é o diálogo público-privado. A remoção de barreiras no setor privado é o diálogo público-privado. Então, nós achamos que podemos retomar o diálogo público-privado para a remoção destas barreiras. Portanto, é basicamente isto que tinha para apresentar. Muito obrigado. Não sei se posso me retirar ou algumas questões que eu tenho que responder. Alguma dúvida?
A Mary agora vai intervir, após a sua apresentação, ela vai fazer algumas perguntas.
Thank you very much. It was a very good presentation, and I think the most important part for me was the last part on the barriers, and I fully agree. It takes a lot of public and private communication. And what I like about these workshops is that it's putting you in the room with organizations like our partners, the CTA and the Ministry of Industry and Commerce. So they are 2 big partners of ours who I'm sure can take forward these suggestions, because they played a big part in pushing forward the USA Trade Hub and what work has been done so far in Mozambique. And they have been partners for a while. So I think this is a good room for you to be in and for the rest of the participants, because here you can start talking to each other about it. In other countries, people have created their own WhatsApp groups, and they started networking because you have to put pressure on the policymakers on what changes you want to make, especially when it comes to trade. You've mentioned things like the terminal and the port. So these are high level changes that need to be made. And a lot of it, I mean, Maputo was privatized, right? And there would have been a lot of improvement. And when it was first privatized, I actually had the opportunity to go to Maputo port, and I was so impressed with the work that was done there. But there's a lot more work to be done. And I think it's not just Mozambique, it's all African countries as well, because you need to be able to have the processes in place. You need to have the resources in place. Things as simple as certification. Those are really important, because if you can't have certification, how can you export, especially to a country like South Africa, where you need to have these certifications? Otherwise, buyers won't buy from you. So I fully agree on the barriers, and I think you've made some very good points on the solutions, and it will take that conversation between the private sector and government. And it does take a lot of work. I mean, you know, even in South Africa, to improve our ports, we're still working on it. Even though we have big ports, I mean, Durban port is one of the busiest in Africa, but yet you have so many delays, you have strikes, and you know, the usual problems. So I think it's a lot of work that we as African countries need to do, but I'm glad the conversation has started, and I think there will be improvement, especially with the types of partners that we have on this. So thank you very much, and well done on your presentation.
Muito obrigada. Vamos conseguir. Não sei como. Faz favor. Doutor Rocha, certo?
Muito obrigado. Vou passar a apresentar o trabalho do segundo grupo. Primeiro, dizer que teve como base o valor de $20.000 e o nosso produto de exportação é o amendoim. E o meio de pagamento que nós escolhemos é carta de crédito. E em termos de incotermos, escolhemos fácil, ou seja, livre até ao lado do navio. O modo de transporte seria marítima. Em termos de despesas, cálculos, nós tivemos um total de 25.500, discriminados pelo seguinte: 15% pagamento de IVA sobre o valor que já falei, que são $20.000, corresponde a $3.000. Controle de qualidade, nós tomamos de 1% sobre o valor base, que é $20.000. Isso dá $200. Pagamento de seguro, 5%, tomamos de $100.000. Custo de transporte, 4%, isso custou-nos $800. E pesagem do produto, estimamos em 0,5%, valor base, e isso dá $100. E por último, embalagem, para pôr no navio, custou-nos 2% do valor base, dá $400. Inicialmente são $25.500. Em termos de cronograma, nós estimamos que o produto deve chegar até o destino em 30 dias. Dentro deste período, envio de cotação, ao comprador, estimamos em 3 dias enviar e ele responder, aceitar. E controle de qualidade, estimamos que pode nos levar um dia. Embalagem, estimamos que em 5 dias. E documentação de exportação, aqui preferimos globalizar, estamos a dizer, toda a documentação. Estimamos que em 7 dias podemos organizar essa documentação. E até o destino final, restam 14 dias, totalizando 30 dias. Bom, em termos de barreiras, parece que o senhor parece que estávamos tão vizinhos ali. Algumas barreiras acabamos retirando.
Quem copiou quem?
Em termos de barreiras, eu estava a dizer que o primeiro grupo que apresentou algumas acabamos retirando. Está a falar de certificação de qualidade. É verdade que nós temos certificação de qualidade das empresas, né? Mas falta certificação em termos de produção, né? Como ele estava explicando melhor. A outra barreira é a barreira linguística. Nós somos países de língua portuguesa, queremos exportar para países de língua inglesa e, logicamente, com o inglês aqui vamos precisar. Como contornar isso? Vamos recorrer ao tradutor, como aprendemos aqui há pouco tempo. A outra barreira é o custo de produção. O amendoim, para tirar do produtor até o magazinista, o custo de transporte é elevado, por causa da situação das nossas estradas. Então, para contornar isso, é subsidiar os intervenientes da comercialização agrícola que estão a nível da base. Não sei se é permitido se eu deixar alguma coisa que os colegas possam acrescentar, porque foi um grupo.
Corrupção.
Bom, o senhor estava dizendo que na campanha nesse parte de burocracia, a burocracia acaba sempre conduzindo ao ato de prática de corrupção, né? Porque por tanto tempo estar à espera, você acaba se envolvendo em esquemas não regulatórios. Então, para contornar isso, eu acho que um esforço deve ser no sentido de dominar quais são os instrumentos, né, necessários, porque muitas das vezes há a facilidade de haver essa burocracia ou corrupção quando eu não sei quanto tempo leva para que este documento, o que é que eu preciso para fazer aquilo. Então, quando eu não tenho informação para acabo sempre naquilo que me atende naquele momento, e eu perco tempo em vez de saltar distâncias para recorrer a quem pode desbloquear de forma mais rápida. Então, a solução seria informar melhor sobre os passos que devo dar para o processo de exportação. Mais ou menos isso que tinha o segundo grupo. Muito obrigado.
Thank you for your presentation. You've mentioned, I'm happy with the main content of your presentation and the answers to the questions. When it comes to barriers, I think that would be the most important part, such as your production costs. And the previous group mentioned subsidies. So it may not just be subsidies on fertilizer, it could be other sorts of subsidies that a government may offer. And a lot of countries have implemented subsidies to increase the export. So they do try and help the exporters in that way. And that would be, on the type of funding that you can get from, international organizations, donor agencies, So that's something that would, the government would look at in partnership with donor agencies, because, it depends on also how much of tax the country is collecting and how much money you really have as an income within the country. So as much as we would like to say, yes, subsidies are an answer, yes, they help exports. And for countries like China to increase their exports, they did implement subsidies. But you need to have that money to be able to offer things like that. So a lot of African countries would rely on donor agencies. So that is something that the government would need to look at and look at where you can actually get funding for these projects, where you can get funding for improving the value chains and that sort of thing. So as much as, yes, it is a solution, we have to look at things holistically, because subsidies don't last forever. It may help you get into different markets, but also, it's only for a certain amount of time that you can do thing. But it's a good option when you're trying to improve the processes and get processes working and start getting into the market. Then you can implement different like certifications or whatever it is you need. Road infrastructure, yes, it is an issue. It does cause a lot of issues with getting products to the port on time or to your customer on time. And this is, it's about spending within a country. If a government has money to spend, yes, they will spend it on road infrastructure. But remember, sometimes government also need to, act almost like companies where, they make a certain amount of money from the taxes and the duties and all of that. And then they have to, spend it on different things. So they are different priorities from the countries. So we can't always say, okay, yes, we want the port improved, plus we want the road infrastructure improved, plus we want the processes improved, and we want subsidies. So it depends on how much the money the government has and what their priorities are. And exports, yes, should be a priority, but then also you're looking at road infrastructure. So there's a lot of things to think about. But I think it's something that you can discuss with your colleagues in the room and see how you can move forward and look at how you can put pressure on the government to help you move forward on that. Thank you very much. And well done on your presentation.
Obrigado. Posso apresentar o trabalho do terceiro grupo. Nós tivemos como cultura selecionada a soja e para o ato já de transporte para ao nível do comércio transfronteiriço, nós usamos a via terrestre. Então, o pagamento foi por adiantamento e sendo assim, nós tiramos do nosso armazém, fizemos a cotação nesse caso a partir do dia 16, fizemos exportação de 10 toneladas da soja, dia 16, e fizemos a recepção do adiantamento de valor no dia 21 de fevereiro. Fizemos o empacotamento em saco de 50 quilos a partir do dia 22 até dia 27 e fizemos o transporte para a África do Sul em 3 dias, dia 28 a 3 de março. E gastamos 15 dias para exportarmos o produto de Moçambique à África do Sul. E tivemos como imposto no valor de $3.000. Fizemos o pagamento de seguros, $14.785. Tivemos um custo total no valor de 26.000, 260 mil dólares, e sem esquecer de pagarmos o frete no valor de 35.700 dólares. E assim sendo, nós levamos a mercadoria até no Ressam Garcia, onde o nosso parceiro recebeu, e dali acabou a história. E em termos no número 4, nós falamos de altas taxas de pagamento sobre frete, gastamos muito dinheiro, o seguro e as taxas de origem também são altas, e o custo de combustível, fomos cobrados muito mal, porque nós fizemos aluguel de caminhão, e também contou muito as vias de acesso. Nesse caso, nós, para já termos a soja, lá as estradas terciárias não estão boas, então houve dificuldade para tirar a soja nas zonas de produção para o nosso armazém. E nós, o que nós estamos a pedir para que fosse melhorado é que o governo pudesse intervir na redução das taxas de exportação, as taxas são muito altas, e preparar-se a questão de manutenção das vias de acesso terciárias, das zonas de produção para as zonas semi-urbanas. Era mais ou menos isso que tínhamos por apresentar ao terceiro grupo. Muito obrigado.
Thank you for your presentation. I didn't get the costs that you had. There were some issues with the numbers. So if you can just go over that quickly.
Sim, eu dizer o seguinte, o imposto foi de 3.000 dólares. E esse foi calculado na base de 20.000 dólares.
Desculpa, estamos a ouvir o tradutor em inglês. Obrigada. Obrigada. Pode falar.
Sim, dizer o seguinte, eu dizia que o imposto sobre o IVA e outras taxas é de 3.000 dólares. E nós pagamos um seguro de 14.785 dólares. E frete já pago foi de 35.700 dólares. E o valor total da nossa carga é de 260.000 dólares, porque nós fizemos exportação de 10 toneladas de soja.
Desculpa, só para esclarecer alguma coisa. Em termos de valores, estamos a dizer 3.000 dólares para pagamento dos impostos, não é? São 14.000 meticais para o seguro, 260.000 para a mercadoria adquirida, porque a soja em Nampula está a 26 meticais por quilograma. Neste caso, 10.000 quilos são 26.000 meticais. Depois, temos a questão do frete, que são 35.700 postos até Ressam Garcia. Né? Então, o total do custo dá 318 mil meticais por aí. Até Ressam Garcia, porque após Ressam Garcia para lá, o comprador, né, responsabiliza-se até ao seu local. Então, foi.
Então, os custos são por aí 5.000.
Thank you.
$5.000.
I think I was a bit confused because I thought it was all in USD, but I see it's a local currency as well. So now I understand. Thank you. It makes sense now. See, this is the language barrier which you guys mentioned. It is a problem.
Yeah, exactamente.
So yes, I agree with your barriers to trade as well with the road infrastructure. So there are a lot of issues that need to be sorted out. But I think ultimately it's something that you need to discuss with the government, and you need to discuss with the policymakers and push from that side, because if you want to increase the exports from Mozambique, there are a lot of things that need to be worked on. And also you need a lot of funding when you're dealing with all these delays and the corruption and those sort of things. You need the extra money just to be able to deal with that. And it's not an issue that's, just Mozambique, it's all over in the world, really. These are the problems. Corruption is an issue. So it's something that, you need to have some sort of way to approach it from the countryside, from the government side, on how they will deal with it. Because if it continues, it means that there's reduced income into the country. Which is a problem, because you need to increase your exports, because you want to increase the production, you want to increase the jobs that's created. And to be able to do that, you have to reduce the problems and the barriers to trade. So it's something that the government needs to think about. And it's something that you in the room would have to take forward to the government and to the policymakers. And I'm sure, when I'm talking to Maputo next week, we'll have the same problems, and it's similar problems in different countries. So it's just about how we start approaching it, and it is about having that private and public partnership and pushing forward on that. Okay, so thank you for your presentation.
Eu acredito que aquilo que são incentivos para exportações, não é? O governo de Moçambique tem um pacote que é a partir do Instituto de Promoção para Pequenas e Médias Empresas, que é o programa PME Export. Não sei se a memória aqui não me engana, né? Que dá alguma bonificação, né? Algumas isenções que dão para as pequenas e médias empresas para fazer a exportação, que é para poder massificar essa exportação de produtos. Mas, claro, que passa necessariamente que as PMEs estejam inscritas ou cadastradas, né, neste pacote através do IPEM. Só que, provavelmente, a informação possa não ser muito assim abarcada a todas as PMEs e acabam também indo por via normal, que faz com que os custos estejam mais limitados.
Okay, thank you for sharing that, because I think even here in South Africa, we may have incentives, we may have programs to increase exports, but the SMEs are not aware of it. And that's why it has to be marketed by the different ministries who are offering it, or the different departments. It has to be marketed within the country, so the SMEs do find out, whether it's in the newspaper or over the radio, so people can find out about it and use it, because especially if it's already there, and then they will have to follow the process to register and so on. So thank you for sharing that there are incentives and that there are programs. And I think a lot of governments do have it, but people don't know about it generally. So thank you. Honorata, are there any other presentations, or is there anyone online who would like to present?
Mary, consegue me ouvir?
Yeah.
Ok, desculpa, tivemos uma desconexão aqui no cabo. Mas não temos nenhum outro grupo para apresentar. Eram 3 grupos e já terminamos as
Okay, great. Are there any other questions before I go on to the usage tracker?
Nenhuma questão aqui na sala? Não sei se os colegas que estão Senhor Nelson, o Francisco, ficou tudo esclarecido, a doutora Emma. Ok, parece que não há nenhuma outra questão, Mary, podemos proceder.
Hello? Hello?
Francisco, tem uma questão? Por favor, peço para ligar a sua câmera e colocar a sua questão.
My question is regarding transit time. We are facing transshipment problems in Durban. Our cargoes usually stay for about a month before they actually depart to other countries, because we ship from Beira all the way to Durban. And when it gets there, it sort of like stays there for some time. And the time that it takes for transshipments is more or less about 60 days, which is 2 months. And that's a lot of time for us, considering that we are dealing with fresh products, even though it's frozen, but it actually kills us. So do you have anything on that? Are you guys having
What's the final destination?
It's the United States.
That would be a bit hard because, you know, if it was the Far East, you could use Jebel Ali as a transshipment port. So I think what you could do is look at different shipping lines.
We did try.
Because some the problem is most of them are sharing the same vessels.
That much I know.
Yeah, so it's very hard to.
Not only are we sharing the same vessels, we are actually sharing the same port for transshipment, which is Durban, and it doesn't help us.
I understand that, Philly, because there's been a lot of delays in Durban, and it is a problem. The other option may be to try and choose your transshipment maybe in Cape Town or in some other port, and look at I don't know, you'd have to really start talking to the shipping lines and talk to different shipping lines, because they may not always be sharing the same vessels and the same routes. So you could look at, I don't know who you're shipping with currently. I mean, there's MSC, CMA, CGM, Maersk Line, and they all use OACL as the feeder vessel most of the time to go to Durban, but there might be other options of going by Cape Town or any of the other ports. We've had lots of issues with Durban, and Durban's always a problem. And I know that, having been in shipping, it's, you know, there's a lot of things that happen in Durban. But ultimately, you need to talk to the shipping lines and look at if they have any other routes that they can offer you. Another option, because if you're looking at bigger ports like other countries like Tanzania or Kenya, maybe if you could try transshipping by them, or booking via truck coming to the Durban port and then being shipped from Durban. So that could be another option where you're not just sitting, because once it sits as a transshipment, it becomes a problem. So those are the only options I would have right now, other than checking if there's any other shipping lines with different routes that avoid Durban. But I know it's a struggle, and with the shipping lines now being so full and there's such a high demand, the customers don't have a choice.
I see that we
So, you
really
know,
don't have.
it's their attitude. Yeah, their attitude is take it or leave it, because they're making so much money right now. So you would have to look at other road haul options, maybe to other neighboring countries, and see if you can get it out of there. But speak to your logistics companies and see if they can find something else or some other route that you can use.
Thank you.
Okay. Good luck.
We'll need that.
Okay, are there any other questions?
Aqui na sala não temos nenhuma questão, Mary, e não vejo nenhuma mão do lado.
Okay, so okay. Firstly, I'd like to say thank you to all the participants for attending. Okay, I can hear the Portuguese. Okay. So firstly, thank you to all the participants for joining us today at the venue, and those of you who have joined online. We do appreciate the time that you've taken to, out of your day to join us for the Training of Trainers workshop on the Regional Cross-Border Trade Toolkit. It's been a lot of work that we've put into it, and we hope that it is useful for you, and this training has been helpful to you, and it will help in some way to increase the exports from Mozambique, and that's ultimately what we want to see. New exporters and current exporters moving forward with getting goods to South Africa and then moving on to other countries as well. And as I've said, this is one way to increase the number of jobs that are created. It's one way to improve the country. It's one way to reduce poverty, and to just have more opportunities within the country to move forward. So thank you. We do have one thing to ask of you, and that is to keep track of how you are using the Regional Cross-Border Trade Toolkit. We will be sending this out to you. So if you can just fill out your country, your name, organization, email, and telephone details. And if you are helping other companies to use the toolkit, please fill this out with the company name, contact person, gender, email, telephone number, and their products that they are looking at exporting, or if you're using it for your own company, please update it with the products that you're using and some feedback on the toolkit itself. We would like to keep track of it over the next month, and we will be scheduling time before the end of March to meet with you again and to see how useful it has been. So please do use it, and if there's any, and please share it. There's a lot of information here that SMEs can use. It is free to share, free to use. It's a lot of work that we put in, and instead of going for 2 days of Incoterms training, all the information is on the toolkit, and that's what we wanted. We wanted to have that access to information instead of going on training on the different payment methods or logistics processes. It's all there in the toolkit, just for you to read and understand and discuss it with each other. And if there's any questions, please contact me or contact the USA Trade Hub. They do have a lot of projects that they're running. So before they finish up on this, on the Trade Hub itself, so please do speak to them and look at how you can actually move forward. So, and please continue with the networking with the people in the room. There will be other, we will be meeting with the people in Maputo next week. So I'm looking forward to that. And thank you everyone for the questions, for the participation. This has been very successful. I was very worried about the language barrier and the translation. So I'm really happy to see that we've made a lot of progress in that. And it's been very interesting having these discussions with you. So thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day. And thank you for joining us. Thank you, Honorata.
Muito obrigada, Mary, por pela formação que tivemos hoje, dos comentários iniciais que conseguimos obter aqui dos participantes. Foi realmente muito útil e o debate também foi. Para podermos ter acesso aos outros webinars que a USA Trade Hub já promoveu, temos ali no ecrã a nossa página web e temos lá todos os webinars que nós tivemos nos últimos anos, e como vem, realmente costumam ser técnicos e práticos a informação que disseminamos através dos nossos webinars. E também gostaríamos de informar as diferentes atividades que vêm a seguir, alguns webinars que vêm a seguir. Este conjunto de ferramentas e formação de formadores está a decorrer não só em Moçambique, mas em todos os outros países da região. Então, entre 2 e 30 de março, vamos ter este evento na África do Sul. Em Botsuana, este mês, ainda esta semana, teremos alguns workshops sobre o AGOA, o comitê que gera o AGOA dentro do Botsuana. Vão ter um webinar sobre isso. E no dia 23 temos um webinar sobre como exportar para os Estados Unidos. Então, podemos também partilhar os links para esses eventos que estão por vir. E acredito que este seja o meu último slide. Não. Então, como eu tinha dito no início, temos representantes nacionais, como a minha pessoa que representa Moçambique, a USA Trade Hub em Moçambique. Temos também representantes nos vários países da região, e aí estão os contactos de e-mail de cada um dos representantes. E o próximo slide, o nosso muito obrigada aos nossos parceiros, Ministério da Indústria e Comércio, a CTA, um dos nossos novos parceiros, que é a APME, Associação para Pequenas e Médias Empresas. O IPM também esteve conosco desde o início, desde 2020, como parceiro, como também a própria APX, também um dos nossos parceiros. Então, estamos todos em família aqui. E estamos muito agradecidos pelo apoio que têm nos dado durante todo este trajeto, e continuam a dar, e que continuemos a trabalhar juntos para aumentar as exportações de Moçambique e para tornar os nossos produtos mais competitivos no mercado internacional. Eu gostaria de pedir aos colegas, pedimos que façam uma avaliação do programa que tivemos hoje, e vamos partilhar o link para poderem depois entrar. São umas 5 questões só, que precisam ser respondidas, só para avaliarmos e procurarmos formas de melhorar estas atividades que nós temos tido. São bem-vindos para quem quiser um refresh na segunda-feira para o programa de Maputo. Vamos também partilhar isso. E o nosso muito obrigado. Daqui vamos já distribuir para os que estão aqui presencialmente, vamos distribuir os certificados de participação para todos os colegas aqui. O nosso muito obrigado, e obrigada mais uma vez a Mary Gounder e a nossa equipe e os colegas que estão conosco virtualmente. Muito boa tarde e continuação de bom trabalho.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.